Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, May the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Starkey and Pepe. Thank you very much. Pepe in our YouTube room. So both rooms good to go right now. Now, before we should be watching this company right here, Rigetti, RGTI. I noticed, read something this morning. Your government is putting $2 billion into, or investing $2 billion into some of these quant companies. IBM is getting a billion of it, and then it's filtered out through some of the rest of these. RGTI is one of them. D-Wave, I didn't check D-Wave, but you can see that RGTI up 12% on that news. IBM is up. IBM is up also, not quite the same percentage, but still a great move for IBM. What is that D-Wave? I know. I can't remember what the it starts with a Q, I believe. Anyway, but I'd watch RGTI. RGTI. Remember what happened with Intel? I'm not saying RGTI is going to do an Intel, but you know, when your government took a stake in Intel, look what happened. So RGTI. That's the one I'm talking about. Okay, so it's up 11%. The next high looking left on a daily chart is around 20. Thank you. That's what it is. QUBT and QBTS. Thank you, Obi. I knew. Okay, yeah. So now, NVIDIA. Is NVIDIA up or down this morning? So it's a little bit down this morning. So I know they released earnings after hours yesterday. Wasn't around for that. I don't know what the initial reaction was, but right now off just a little bit, down a 1% for NVIDIA. So OQSQ. Now that was OXSQ. OX. That's not. Is that a? This was the one you're probably talking. That's Browley. That's the one from Dan's scan, isn't it? I'm going to watch that one today for sure. I want to see what sort of alerts we get. In fact, what am I trying to? Which is the one from yesterday? Boy, the Into keeps moving down. You guys are right about INTU. Just keeps on moving down. Now this is an earnings play for it today. Yeah, after hours yesterday, so it was already moving down ahead of earnings, but you know, can see that action right there. And then look at this, just getting slammed here. And we tried to, I think, William, you looked to see whether or not there was an ETF for Into, and you couldn't find one, right? No Into, okay. Okay, well, let's take a look at some of the crazy ones, guys. ATPC is up 66% because no idea. No idea. Looks like they had earnings last week, and I don't see any news on this one right now. It's a healthcare stock. Healthcare stocks moving. Well, healthcare, health and wellness products. No, don't see any specific news today. It's a low float, very low float. That's the news, really. The fact that the float is, you know, less than 1 million shares in the float. So that is the reason. How is Kit down 87%? Well, that might be the well, again, I do not. I mean, we have that they had earnings on the 14th, but it looks like, yeah, no, the 14th was the earnings report. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why it sounds so much right now. This is rehashing, the earnings transcript, et cetera. But this is definitely on the 14th is when they released earnings, which is what we have here. So, I mean, we're the 21st now. So I have no idea. Real delayed reaction. Codex is up 27% on now. No, I'm not going to read through this, but files an 8K unregistered equity sales. They're launching a $3 million private placement, but they're not being punished for it. Not yet, anyway. QUCY. So this is another one of the. I don't know why it was lumped in with the healthcare, because when I was reading the stocks that are moving that were well, but it might be bad earnings, but it was on the 14th that they released earnings. So unless it's a super delayed reaction on Kit. So QUCY is quantum cyber. Okay, targets GPS jamming with new autonomous defense patent. And they're filing a patent application for quantum drone autonomous for quantum drone autonomous system. Okay, so that's the QUCY. INFQ. Okay, jumps after a proposed $100 million chips funding deal. Okay, that is the reason for this one jumping this morning. IFNQ. Big float, 187 million in the float. That's a big move, 20% move with that sort of a float. So I don't know if this is looking at a specific stock. This is QPUX, Defiance, 2 times long. So this is a quantum ETF. Okay, a quantum ETF. This is not a specific stock. So this is the ETF for the quants, and that is QPUX. And of course, with the news of say your government investing in companies up to $2 billion. IBM getting $1 billion of it, and then some of these other companies getting. I don't know how much RGTI got. Maybe it'll indicate. This is what I'm talking about, though. Okay, federal quantum push sends Rigetti computing stocks. Okay, so up to $100 million in funding over 3 years. Okay, so that's the actual number for it. I thought this sort of news was out months ago, but maybe not a direct investment in the company. Maybe they were just given, but it seemed to be that they were investing in the companies, not unlike Intel. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, no, this is what I'm talking about. So U.S. to award quantum computing firms 2 billion and take equity stakes. Take equity stakes. Pretty interesting. Anyway, how's Intel doing now? INTC after that massive run up, almost like reality is setting in. $120. Actually, it's only down to 115, so it's not like it's down a lot. Oh, I'm sorry. That was 132. I thought that was the was looking at a 15-minute chart. That was not my daily chart. So the high, the all-time high was up here at 133. So it's off, $18 from the all-time high after that huge run up. Market is weakening a little bit. The SPY is down. So they didn't raise their guidance. Okay, thank you, William, on the NVDA. Take a look at the sectors before we open. So NLR, XLE, and XLU. So the quant, how much volume? Still no volume. So this is the ETF for the nukes and uranium. Still no volume. 3,000 shares only. XLE and XLU. My guess. How about silver? There you go. Silver is the worst one. So we're seeing this. On a good day. On a good day, silver is up. On a bad day, silver is the worst performer. So but we've seen far more dramatic moves. It's only down 1.5%. And the home builders were really one of the top segments yesterday, or sectors yesterday. See a big day yesterday after a lot of misery over a few days, and then a nice day yesterday with the home builders close at the high. This is another ETF for NBIS. So it is wow. So 19th, that means NBIS is up about 10%. This has been pretty active this week, guys. This AUUD, pretty active this week, up 17%. Good volume, 2 million plus, only 5.5 in the float. So, see if there's any news. Reports in quotes strong early traction for Discover Radio following launch. So, if you thought that RGTI was going to continue down, start to give it up. This is the way this is a short. This is a short for RGTI. And it's RGTZ 2 times. So if RGTI, the stock, moves down 1%, this is going to go up 2%. So if you thought RGTI was going to start giving it up, this is a way in which you can play that. But of course, if you thought it was going to continue, this was just a momentary blip down, you could buy this one, RGTX. This is a two-time long. This one, guys, I don't know if anybody, I was able to take a little bit of advantage of this one. I left the room at around 210 or so. And right after I left, right after I left, had this nice run. No, I'm sorry, that's the 10th right here. Right after I left, it had that nice little run. It got through a little, got up to 291, almost three. Well, I don't know what the sector rotation looks like. I honestly don't. I mean, obviously, there's enthusiasm for the quants today. It's with the market up one day, down one day, up one day. I mean, these sectors are. I don't think there's anything that is so definite. But certainly, the quants are the sector to be in today. Well, to look at today. Sector rotation for me is a little more like swing traders, okay? Not so much for intraday traders. I just sort of because most of the stuff that we look at, other than something very specific like an RGTI because it had that news, these are just stocks that are trading more or less on their own, not caring what their sector is doing, not caring what the market is doing. Well, I mean, if you're looking right now, XLE, NLR. So because, again, what's happening over there, oil is obviously moving up a little bit. So there's XLE. These are the positive sectors. If that's what you're talking about, these are the positive sectors so far, just before the market 9:30 open, and silver is the worst one. I don't think I've seen this company before. BESS. Wow, there is room on a weekly chart. Certainly room on a weekly chart for this one. See if there's any news on to sell 480 megawatt portfolio of battery energy storage system development projects to Frontier Power USA. Wonder how much money that is. Is that a private company? I don't see Frontier Power here, so that must be a private company, I guess. So anyway, BESS. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Certainly, looking at this weekly chart, though, there's a lot of room, and it's fairly low float. Okay, so this is basically a lifetime low now for Kit. I mean, I don't know what happened here. It's almost like a dividend, you know. Let me see if I find any news on this one. Not that these companies usually have dividends, but I mean that is a yeah. I don't understand. I just don't understand. Maybe some kind of a split, a forward split, but no. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers also, BESS, VESS. There are 140,000 shares. So just in case. And in like NVDA, I mean, it's down 0.5%. So, it's not like it's terrible or anything like that. It is down 0.5%, but obviously slight disappointment. How about Target today? Target had earnings yesterday. TGT had earnings yesterday, and still weak. Actually, though, Target actually had a nice rally. It was down. I can't quite tell what it got down to, but it will say, well, I can actually, but down to $117. But it rallied up to 122 and almost closed near the high of the day. Okay, almost closed near the high of the day. It was still down for the day, but at least it rallied and closed near the high of the day. All right, everybody. It looks like another 10 seconds before the 1 minute. What day is it today? Thursday. So have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. See some of these ones that have won a race before in the pre-market, NIVF. So just over $1 now, got up to $1.40, pulled all the way back down to 86 cents. Okay, guys, there's another one of the quants that I guess going to get some money from or see, I don't know if they're all investments or just some of them are getting money. Okay. All right, we're open, guys. So wow, QUCY. Whoops, let me get rid of this. QUCY just popping here over at the VWAP, right at the VWAP, just at the whole number. The high of a few days ago, looks like 3 days ago, was 440-ish. And then right here is about 5. So there's a little bit of room for it to run if it wants to, but it is early. It is early. It's a pretty low float. And we have this one. We have a couple of halts already, guys. AI halted at 1741 on the way down. Okay, after the big jump, big pop. And then AIIO is halted on the way up. Well, look at RGTI, guys. RGTI challenge. It's gonna. Looks like we're gonna. Well, we're over 19 now. So after that bit of a sell-off, bit of a fade, got down to 1841, and then boom. So right at the VWAP as we speak. Fig. Boy, INFQ. I mean, there's a lot jumping right now, but it is early. Okay, INFQ, another earnings play. No, not an earnings play. They were selling, I think, 400 megawatts or something to Frontier. Is that the one that we're selling to Frontier? Well, I mean, look at the QC now, guys. QUCY. I mean, it got down to 380, right back up to over the 4 level. Not a crazy low float. 14 million in the float, but it is ripping now. Not in it. There's the high right there is 444. And again, the only reason I'm not in it, I just don't like. Wow, look at INFQ right now, guys. On that news, INFQ. I have some of these thumbnailed on my other monitor, so that's why I'm keeping an eye on them. So again, oh, this is the one with the patent. Some kind of a drone patent, or I'm sorry. So this is the proposed $100 million chips funding deal. Okay, to develop new. So it's a quant. So it is a quant. Okay, so it's getting wrapped up in the hype right now about the government, your government investing in these quant stocks. I don't know if this is one of them, but boy, it's got room. So the trading is INFQ almost 4 months ago. RGTI, guys, looks like a challenge. Well, it is trying to challenge 20 now. RGTI. So anything to do with quants? Quant computing, sorry. Yeah. And actually, the QUCY just got halted. Okay, fuel cell is just, no, it's not quite. Okay, 2053 looks like the high yesterday. Got up to that, a little bit above that this morning. Look at this big, huge pop. And then right back down. And right at the VWAP right now, okay, FCEL, fuel cell, is right at the VWAP now. Boy, RGTI, what a move, 1850 to 20. Well, two rippages right now, guys, the RGTI and the INFQ. My DXYZ. It looks like I started reading some of the information about the IPO coming up, and so there is. SpaceX has plans to pursue asteroid mining operations. I don't know if you guys are watching that Apple series for all mankind, but man, this is SpaceX. Boy, RGTI. Where could it go before it hits any sort of resistance on the? Well, there's on the daily chart. The next high is 21 or so. Whoa, boy, that fuel cell. I mean, whippy, but above yesterday's high now, and the 3 day ago high. Next high up here is 2287. Give me a moment, guys. I'm 3251. So Gem got halted. Oh, sorry, it resumed. It got halted on the way down, I guess. I don't like this one at all, but JAGX halted on the way down. AMSS halted on a lot of resumptions. I didn't even see that they were halted before. Keep an eye on LI, guys. This is China. Well, let's take a look left. Look left. 1623 and 1632. If we can get through that, 17. I'm going to put a price alert in that area just to see if we can get through those areas. Okay. And that's for the LI. Wow. QUCY. What a move. So there's the high over here, 493 right there, about 4 days ago. Whoa. So what a run. I mean, it went from 1368 up to 20. Okay. Got halted, I guess, on the way down. And now it's just coming right back down. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Quick look at the sectors, guys. So XLE is still, the semis are, at least positive. Worst sector right now, staples, consumer staples right now. Okay. And there's home builders. So these are the two weakest sectors as we speak. So QUCY just got halted and on the way down. This is an earnings play, guys. AAP is an earnings play, but to me, it's coming into, could be a lot of resistance around the 59 level. I know it's an AI play, but I'm just looking over here. If RGTI hadn't had that big pullback before the market opened, I was really looking at taking some of this, but it had that big pullback all the way back down to 18. But man, there's a $2 move from the low. Okay, ATPC. I could not find any news on it. I had earnings a few days ago, but at the VWAP right now, ATPC at the VWAP right now. Birkenstock, guys. So they had earnings last week. Okay, and this is on the move. The next high looking left for BIRK 38.73. A little bit of room. Trying to see if there's any specific news. Enters into a $250 million accelerated share repurchase deal. That's the news on BIRK. So, Babcock and Wilcox, BW, looking at some of these races. So with the market being down now, guys, this is going to be an interesting race. Okay, these are large cap stocks near the high of the day that are up at least 2%. Okay, you're not going to find too many like that right now with the market starting to slide away a little bit. By the way, Pepe, I've noticed that this large cap race is getting less jumbled now. It's still not perfect, but it's certainly not as crazy as it used to be for whatever reason. Oh, look at that! Talk about again 13 to 20, right back down to 14, and that's for the AI. All right, INFQ is actually holding nicely over 15, I think. Yeah, right here, holding nicely over 15. The next high, I mean, it has a lot of room on a day, on a weekly chart anyway. $19 on a weekly chart. Not saying it's going to get there. Longer it holds though, over 15, it might form a nice little base of support. Put a price alert maybe around the 15.21 level. See if it gets back up there. All right, guys, this one, NIVF. Let's take a look at this one. This is just over $1 now. It got, I remember seeing this now, got up to $1.40, came all the way back down to 85 cents. It's just over $1 right now, and it's challenging the VWAP. And, there's some news. And this is a strategic investment agreement with tech veteran Andy Chung led K25.ai at $100 million valuation. Okay. Okay, guys, INFQ, very interesting to me. Very interesting to me. Not telling anybody to buy it. There was my trigger right there around the 1520 mark. Definitely watching this QUCY, guys. It's hanging right at the VWAP now, okay? Right in the VWAP area. 420-ish, call it 420, okay? Takes that out. This could go on another little run. I'm going to put a price alert around that area and see if it takes that out. Right. There's INFQ. That's how I'm announcing it, okay, Vandy? I'm not telling anybody to do what I do, but if I say I'm very interested, that's kind of your can be your clue. Maybe make up your mind. Now, I am only because it's gone a little parabolic, okay? You know how I look at this, I look at the wave, love the wave, but the bottom of that bar is losing touch. So I have taken some off, okay? I have taken some off. You don't have to do the same thing. But I have taken some off, and now I'm going to see if there's any sort of little pullback, but I like to see that wave catch up. And I have, anything I'm in, I have thumbnailed on one of I have a chart of this on my other monitor. So anything that I'm in, so in case you're wondering, well, how does he see it? When I'm on to another stock in here, I have a thumbnail on my other monitor. Wow, the RGTI, wow. Definitely keeping an eye on this QUCY, guys. The longer it holds over 4, I think that's good, of course, and it's just under the VWAP, okay? But I'm not going to act unless it gets above the VWAP. Okay, so the question there in a YouTube room from Jayhawk, you can still auto trade your own scans, okay? The auto trading of the AI has been removed for several years now. And as far as the money machine is concerned, there is the only auto trading in the money machine is in simulation mode. Does that answer your questions? Okay. And in order to auto trade the that money machine, you need to have our premium service, and it's just but it's still in just simulation mode. All right, guys. Well, we've got a challenge right now, the 16 level. The 16 level. I'm still interested in this Q. I almost got it. I almost got it, but I got distracted with a question. So thank you for the question, Jayhawk. So I am going to reset my alert up into that 422. It briefly took it out. Okay, it briefly took out the VWAP. All right, I'm just looking at so very interesting. It may not happen now. It may not happen at all today, but definitely the QUCY. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this is the move for the QUCY. My goodness. Oh no, so I'm looking at a wrong wrong chart. Okay, so I can give you a link, Jayhawker. Okay, a little more information. No, I was just waiting for that. Okay, I can give you a link at some of the features of the money machine. This is a video that was done. Okay. Okay, so there's a link to it. You can take a look at that. A little more information for you regarding the money machine, etc. Okay, talking to Jayhawk in our YouTube room. Depends who your broker is, I guess, Andy. I can't answer that. There's no problem at Interactive Brokers trading it, so I can't answer that question for you. Who's your broker? Well, it's up to the individual broker. So some brokers, yeah, I mean, there's no problem at Interactive Brokers, but some brokers are, all brokers are different. So I can't answer that. Well, I can answer that. They've put a restriction on your being able to buy it immediately. Okay, guys. So the INFQ got really close to the 16, but it could not break it. So I'm totally out of that one. On to the next one. Actually, it's 9:59 now. So I'm going to go over my homepage, including all the scans that I am currently sharing with everybody. Okay, so I can give it to you, Ozzy. Okay, and then you can try to decipher it. I did. I did save it. Okay, or if you do have it, I mean, I can't decipher it any more than you. Okay, there's going to be somebody's going to do a help video on it. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I can't. I have no other insight on it. Okay, guys, clicking on my homepage link. But I did. I said, look, if we're gonna, people have to understand how to use it, what it even means. So there's going to be a video. So first of all, guys, if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, we have a couple of promo codes. If you're willing to take out a premium annual subscription, a premium annual, you can get 28% off using my code. All the other subscriptions, so the 2 monthly, that's standard and premium, or the standard annual. Okay, that'd be, you get 22% off that. So you can get 28% off if you're willing to take out a premium annual subscription. Well, I ask, please use my code whenever you're going to take out a subscription because it helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating 2 rooms, a YouTube room and the trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now wondering about this room, this is free also. But there are some bonuses to it. Look at the RGTI. I mean, too bad the INFQ came right back up, and I just unfortunately got out of it. So there's the trading room. It is free, but some big perks to it. Okay, it is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does that. Thank you. I don't. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me. So Obi does that. 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you want to come into a room that you can share information or converse with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room, the trading room. I get on the mic for both rooms at around 9 to 9:15, and then I go to about 2 o'clock, maybe later if there are questions. And but after I do leave, Obi sometimes keeps the room open. Okay, it'll be up to him. I'll ask him later on if he's going to do that. So these are the trading rooms, okay? So again, the company tracks the use of the promo codes. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Really that simple. Keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week, okay? Get the trade of the week. You'll get an email before the market opens every Monday morning, and guess what? It's free. Education. So a couple of things here. Click on the more info, education. Now, if you've just taken out a subscription, this is mandatory you do this, okay? The Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have the product but you're thinking about it, what I would do is start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about what the capabilities of the program are, okay? You can always try it for a month. If you don't like it, just let us know. We'll unsubscribe you. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them for you, if you're the new trader. Last, if you're looking for my scans, and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, here they are, the custom scans. So this is what you can see. The large cap gainers is here. This race right here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is a more volatile race. I'm going to go over this race. Upside versus downside movers. I don't have it up and running, but it is available to you if you want it. This is what I use in the pre-market. If you're here in the pre-market, you see what I've got. The pre-market actors up and down. Pulse resumes, very active all day long right here. And I have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them up and running. Momentum scan, a gap scan, the Pepe combo scan. I do have this one up and running. The up down 25 cents. I have not had even a chance to look at it. Okay. But you can ask me questions about any one of these or anything to do with trade ideas. The only thing I can't answer trade ideas related is something about your account. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Both these rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you don't have to wait to the 12 o'clock time period when one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. You know, if I'm tied up doing something else, I'll let you know. But if it is an accounting question, I'll just direct you to the people who can help you. Okay. And believe me, I like the questions. Questions keep me engaged. Well, the QC guys, yeah, I did okay, but I was looking for a lot more. I was hoping to get into the 450s. So, but I'm gonna check it out later on. I wish I were still in the INFQ. You know, I would still be in the INFQ if I were in at 14, okay, but I was not in at 14. That allows you to hang on to some of these fairly significant pullbacks, even though it did not break the wave, okay? So, but the wave is fat. You know, I'd rather see a more more narrow, a more narrow wave, ideally, and with the bottom of the bars touching, which they are now. That's the way I look at the wave, anyway. Wow, should have. You know, when I woke up this morning, you were on my mind. That's a great old song. Anyway, RGTI. So when I woke up this morning and I saw that your government was investing, we're taking stakes in some of these quants, $2 billion worth, $1 billion for IBM. And I saw this one and I said, man, you should just take this. And I was going to, but when it did this, I thought, okay, maybe the hype is, maybe I can back off for a while. But this is very, very nice. RGTI. Now, on the monthly chart, the next high is 2671. You guys, excuse me, you guys are talking about MX. And I can see why. Wow. Had a great couple of days, actually. I know somebody was talking about it yesterday. Great. I didn't see this one, and there wasn't really too much pre-market action on this one, but there's a 930 bar probably. Yeah, a 930 bar opening, just getting it rolling. Not a quant. All right, guys. So, wow. So the QC is right back up. Um, take a look at this. Must have won a race or won a race before. It's right now it's just a little too whippy for me. I mean, it got up to 440 and right back down to 4. I mean, there's a big percentage drops. I cannot FOMO myself on the RGTI. Just cannot do it. I cannot do it. How's IBM doing? Sort of like the RGTI a little bit, but except, yeah. So remember, RGTI was drifting down before the market opened, and so RGTI is doing, IBM is doing the same thing. Now they, out of that $2 billion, they got $1 billion of it, half of it. And again, I believe it's more of an investment. It's not a loan; it's an investment. So buying stock, in other words, buying the stock. Just me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. So the INFQ had a pullback now. So let's take a look at INFQ on that pullback. Okay, as a pullback to an interesting level. So I'm sorry, INFQ. Let's see if it's pulled back to an interesting level. Okay, sorry. I'm just looking at, I want to see INFQ. Did it? Yeah, one erase. So let's see if it does pulling back to an interesting level. INFQ. So, I mean, there's the VWAP. I mean, it's quite a bit far down. I mean, it's 80 cents to the VWAP. That'd be a pretty big pullback. But no, RGTI finally, it had a pullback now. RGTI. Let's take a look at it. Is it pulling back to an interesting level? I mean, again, there's the VWAP. I mean, that'd be a pretty steep pullback. Yeah, QC. Well done, William. Yeah, popped over 4 again. I mean, look, if it gets over 430, I mean, it's just that it's been a little too whippy for my taste now. Thought it would have. I was hoping it would settle down right in this area once it broke out over 4 again, and it would just. But that is a big. It got up to 441 and then right back down and then down to 376. So to me, maybe later on in the day, maybe if gets back up to that 433 mark, I may take a look at it again. Okay, let's go over this race right here, guys. I want to go over this race and the concept of racing because we've got some really, you can see the active stocks are in here, either the volatile ones or the large cap stocks. So I'm going to go over this race right now. This one right here. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, the reason I'm doing this is I want to direct you to the guide. Okay, that's the reason I'm doing this, directing you to the guide because everything I'm going to talk about is in the guide. So if you click on the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is our user guide. Okay, and one of the options, TI stock racing, right here. TI stock racing, right here. Okay, so in the guide, whole section on it. So it's a great reference to everything I'm going to be talking about. So everything is customizable. I'm running a 4-minute race, customizable. Okay. You want to run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, whatever time period you choose, you can run it. So what does this mean though? What is that 4.4? Well, now it's only 2.6%. What does that mean? It means that since the race started a little over a minute ago, this stock, GOVX, has moved 2.6%. It's up 27. These numbers refer this. It's up 27% for the day, but when the race started, this has moved the most, 2.6%. And at the end of the race, there will be a winner, just like any other race. And that's why you see a top 10 list here. These are the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So NIVF has won 8 races, BEST 4 races, etc. Automatically, a top 10 list is created for you. So that could be a great watch list for you for the day. You just click on them and you see what's happening. Are they setting up for your style of trading? You don't have to wait for a race to be over. in order for you to click on it. Click on GovX right now. Clicking on GovX right now. Now it's running, but until you click on it, you don't know what you're going to see. It could have been pulling back. It could have been pulling back and then popping off the pullback. You don't know until you click on it. Again, I think this is an Ebola play. This was an Ebola play yesterday, and it's an Ebola play today. So, you see any stock in this list, actually, just click on it, see what's happening. Here's the FABC or the FAB ABC or FABC, FABC. Yesterday's high was 520. It might be interesting, if it gets over 5, could be interesting. Or maybe it's more interesting if it pulls back into the VWAP. You put a price alert in that area. Any stock that's won a race, click on it, see what's happening. This best was really very choppy. It's ugly looking to me, but we saw this in the pre-market. But to me, it's just very, very choppy. But you don't know it's choppy until you click on the symbol. Codex, I see somebody have been talking about this one. To me, it's choppy also. It's not like a smooth, but it is over the VWAP. Some of you might look at that and go, okay, it's over the VWAP. Maybe I'll take it, or maybe I'll wait if it gets a little closer to the VWAP and see if it holds, take the trade, and then put your stop just below the VWAP. An idea. It's an earnings play, guys. Just want to take a look at this earnings play. It's a quant, okay? Now, this is, they've got 620,000 shares. I'm sorry, 620,000 in revenue. It's an earnings play today. And they beat the 535,000 estimate. I didn't see the same article, maybe, William, but I have read that. I've read that also. Okay, guys. Now this INFU is actually pulling back quite a bit now. Maybe it will get to the closer. It's getting closer and closer to the VWAP right there. So will that hold it? Will 15, number one, will that whole number hold it? Now, I don't know. I mean, the market is, getting a little weaker now. Had that nice little pop, but now it's making 1, 2, 3 red candles down or red bars down, which is kind of mirroring what INFU is doing. So INFU may be following the market a little bit. All right. So why are these stocks showing up here in this race? And they're very different stocks in this race. Okay. So please listen carefully. All races start from a top list window. So if I right click in the body of this race, and one of the options I have is open the top list. So you can see that this list is pretty long. But why are these stocks showing up? That's because if I right click again and click on configure and then click on the summary, in this top list window, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I want to see. That doesn't have to be what you want to see. Notice that all races are launched, or you launch. If I right click in this top list window, launch the real-time stock race. So hopefully this is starting to make sense. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. You might not like this price range I have here, or maybe you don't mind what I've got, but maybe you want to add a filter or something. Okay. Customize it a little bit more. Go ahead. And then you can launch the race based on your set of parameters. So the top list window can still be used like this. What I've done is I've sorted on the C%, which is the change from yesterday's close. As long as you have a column header, you can sort on it. So of course I do have the change from yesterday's close. So when I sort on it, double left click, NIVF is up 61% from yesterday's close. CODX is up 56%, etc. And all the way down to this one, BLDP. So that's how you can, you can still use a top list like that. You can say, show me the stocks that are up the most today, show me the stocks that are down the most today, up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. If I wanted to find the stocks that have moved the most since their opening trade of the day, this is that 0% change from the open. I've just sorted on it. So there's, GovX has moved 30%. So that's good. But what the race does is this. Now, you'll probably see these stocks, in the races all day long. Why? Because they're super active, and these are stocks that people, traders around the world are following probably all day long. So you're going to see these stocks, the ones at the top here. But Kura, for instance, this has been a fairly active stock. Somebody mentioned it earlier. Where is it? Right there. So it's up 8%. Okay. So if I wanted to, so the race does not care where the stock is in the list of stocks. All it cares about is what in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. Here's another one, a snail, which has been very active, SNAL. What if all of a sudden it's up, it's up 5%, but what if all of a sudden it's up 6%, 8%, 10% moving up this list? You'd never know, but the race does that for you. Okay, the race does it. The race tells you what's moving the most percentage-wise. Okay. So that's the beauty of the race. You don't have to, it's just going to follow the stocks. So because a lot of you don't, even though you should, in my opinion, just because the stocks have 59% doesn't mean at the end of the day it could still be up 100%. These are stocks that are just super active. But I get it. Some of you want to see stocks that are maybe haven't moved that much yet, and now they're down here. But if they start to move, you'll know about it in the race. Okay. So if you wanted to see the stocks that are the biggest losers today, if I right click, I'm going to duplicate this window. And we've got a nice little feature here. If I configure and flip. So what can be flipped will be flipped. Basically, I'm just going to flip this. The stock has to be down at least 2%. Okay, that's what's going to get flipped. You can't flip a price range. You can't flip a minimum volume. But if I flip it, see now the stock is down at least 2%. So now when I look at it, okay, and if I do a sort on that, now these are the stocks with my filters in place, the price range I want, etc. So AEHL is down 24% as an example. Okay. So the flip feature is great. Nice feature to have. You could create this from scratch, but if you've already got sort of the basic, like the price range you want and the minimum volume, you could have had a lot of other filters in here. So instead of having to recreate them all, you just flip what can be flipped. Now, the only thing that can be flipped, up 2%, down 2%. Okay? And the idea then is to duplicate the window, assuming you still want this window, you duplicate it, and then you go through the flip. And you give it another name, because losers. Okay? So this race, which again, when the market's down, this is a very, very interesting race to follow. Okay. Why? I'm going to right click on this, open the top list, and look at this. So remember how big this list was. Look how little this one is. Because I've got some very Tough filters in here, preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. So in this one, a bit of a different price range. I'm looking between 10 and 70 and 200,000 shares. That's the same. And up 2% from yesterday's close. That's all the same. But here's the big difference. Position in the day's range. Okay. So imagine the daily candle. Okay. The daily candle at 95. That means if I had 100 in there, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. So at 95, it's going to be close. It's going to be close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. The float is 50 million minimum, and the market cap is 500 million minimum. These three filters are not here. So that's why, that's preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. But that's okay. On a day where the market's down, you can really zero in on the large cap stocks that are doing well. Now, this is not a static list. What I mean by that is that this is not the list for the day. As stocks meet the filter requirements, they'll be added to this list and you can see what's happening. Well, I don't know if it was just a juggling, I think. Or when they stop meeting the filter requirements, they'll disappear from the list. This is the same here too, but you just don't see as many stocks coming in and out of that list all day long, whereas you will here. So this list right here, this is, you're starting out trading. I would probably, and if you're interested in the racing idea, I would probably look at this one. The reason being is that it's just less volatile. Doesn't mean that stocks can't whip up and down a little bit, but this one is very volatile. Great if you're on the right side of the trade and you've got some trading experience, but not so great if you're not on the right side and you get in and then you don't understand money management and you watch it drift down and you hope that it's going to come back up. Well, guys, INFQ now is actually breaking down through the VWAP. So again, if there are questions, please do not be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Are you talking about which stock am I considering that has won a race before or something like that? Is that what you mean? Oh, okay. I haven't looked. I should look at some of these. Let's see if there's anything. Here's Iridium. Let's take a look at Iridium. Well, I mean, Iridium, I don't know if I want to consider it exactly, but I mean, Iridium, I'm going to point out opportunities. Some of you might listen to this and go, okay, I understand what he's looking at. So here's Iridium. Here's right at the VWAP. Okay. Sitting on the VWAP. When we look left on the weekly, certainly has room. Just an all-time high, not an all-time high, but I mean, so this is sort of an interesting look right there, sitting on the VWAP. Yeah, I was hoping I was hoping when we saw fuel cell, it was pulling back into the VWAP. So had you looked at it, we won a race a while ago. If you'd looked at it, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, you might have seen this pulling into the VWAP. Okay. And you might have looked at that and going, okay, maybe I'll take this trade, put this up just below the VWAP. In this race, again, these races are like the NIVF is interesting. I mean, it's still, I mean, but it's choppy. You see, I don't like it because look how choppy it is, up, down, up, down. I just don't like it. That doesn't mean later on it could just rip, but the GCTS, let's take a look at it. It's just over the whole number, looking left, but I don't like it because, yesterday's high was 324, too close for me. That's all I do. Okay. I mean, that's all I do. I click on it, look left, and check to see whether or not the next high is, if I can see it on the daily chart. If I think if it's too close, then I don't take the trade. If I can't see it on the daily, I look on the weekly. In this case, I did see it. That's yesterday. But that's all I do. But the Fluence, this has been a very active stock. I mean, look, it's holding the VWAP. Okay, it's kind of holding the VWAP. It's just a little bit above the VWAP. The issue with, of course, right now is going long unless it's got some news specifically. I mean, the market is, it's been choppy. I mean, look at that nice move up, the big move down, little move up, sitting on the VWAP. Some of these stocks kind of tend to follow the market a bit, especially the large cap ones. Not that Fluence is following the market, that closely. It's an energy play. So when you look at energy, XLE, and XLE is, one of the, well, it's barely up for the day. It's basically flat. In fact, it just went, yeah, I mean, there's nothing really ripping this morning. I mean, dividend stocks or the utilities, they're positive, but barely. Now, yeah, AAP, I saw that one, the AAP from the AI. Yeah, nice. So I believe it's an earnings play. Yeah, it's an earnings play. And that's from our AI. I haven't had a chance. I have not had a chance to look at anything from the AI. Guys, I'll be right back, okay? Guys, I will be right back. Okay. What time is it now? 10:41. Give me another 4 minutes or so. 10:45. I will be back. Okay, guys, I am now back. I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about when I left? Sorry. All right, HCWB. Okay, you're saying that this is making a new high. Is it still below yesterday? So almost back to the close of yesterday. Okay, that's where it closed. Let's see if it can take that out. Okay, it did get a little bit above that. Let's see if it can take that out. Mentioned this one earlier, guys. This ARQQ. This is, I mean, it's pretty good looking earnings play. You know, holding over the VWAP very well. Okay, so INFQ, it looks like it may, not 100%, but may have found a bit of a base, perhaps. I'm looking right there on the 5-minute chart. Looks like, but, will that hold? No, it's not holding. It's not holding. I thought maybe that little level here, the 1454 might hold it, but as we speak, it is not holding. So Ozzy, are you taking every one of these from the super low 100 above the open? Are you taking every one of them in the money machine? Just out of curiosity. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is maybe Ozzy's not around anymore, but what I'm going to do right now is go over. I like doing this. I really do, actually. Click on New from the toolbar, then click on Dock Channel Bar, and then click on the Show More. These are all the theme-based channels that we've got. One of them being the sector status. Okay. So these in this top list window right now, here are the major sectors. Some of the major sectors, okay, not every single one of them, but certainly the most popular ones. XLU, the only one that is mildly positive. It's up 0.7% from yesterday's. Sorry, it's up 0.7% from yesterday. Nothing major, of course. But that's what this is telling you. So what's the worst one? Silver is still on the bottom. Oh, actually, XLP, staples, silver. I mean, nothing horrible. Like silver can be down sometimes 6 or 7%. But so this is a glimpse at what the major sectors are. Okay. And what's happening? And then these smaller top list windows, these are taking 11 of them, 11 from here, and looking at them a little bit more in terms of seeing the ones that are up the most and ones that are down the most. So what I want to do is I want to find something that is okay. So for instance, here's healthcare. Okay. Healthcare, 72% of the stocks that make up healthcare are down for the day. There are 28% of them that are up. So if you click, you can see right here, WST, for whatever reason, is up 1.3%. Don't know if there's any specific news on it, but you can also scroll all the way down here and you can see that MOH is down to, so this is the worst one as we speak. MOH is the worst one. And in the healthcare sector, WST is the best one. Look at the retail. So this is an AI play, up 17%, though 61% of the stocks that make up retail are down for the day. What's the worst one? And you go down here, look at Walmart. Look at Walmart. WMT down 7%. Okay. It's not an earnings play. I think actually Walmart had earnings. Actually, it is an earnings play. I'm sorry. It is an earnings play. So Walmart's down on earnings a lot, 7.5%. It's a big move with that sort of a float. Okay. But that's how you can zero in on the top stock in a sector and the worst stock in a sector and maybe figure out a way to trade them. Okay. I'm not saying you should do that, but that's an idea. Okay. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. It's an idea. You can also take any one of these and anything else that you see in any of the channels, all these theme based channels. If you wanted to say you didn't want to stay in the channel, you wanted to, you could pop any one of these out. So if I right click on this, notice it says duplicate into free floating window. If I do that, here it is, free floating. Okay, now you can take a look at this. You can actually incorporate this as part of your layout if you want. Okay, so you don't have to do it every day. That's what I've done. Okay, I've got it, so I can take a look at the sectors at a glance without having to go into the channel. But maybe there's a couple of these channels that you or sectors that you really want to follow today, and so you can pop them out. Give me one moment. Yes. Okay. I'm just looking at my DXYZ guys. Okay. I've actually been playing around with it a little bit. I have no idea. I mean, this might be all the hype ahead of time, and maybe this is it. I don't know. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, they have a little piece of the SpaceX IPO, but a little bit of a piece of $1 trillion IPO. You know what? Unusual. I completely. No, I'm not just talking Walmart. You know, I I really don't like the auto checkouts. I can do it. I know how to do it, but if I can, we've got a major drugstore chain in Canada called Shoppers Drug Mart, and they've almost gone completely to the auto, but they always have a cashier, and I always go to the cashier. Always go to the cashier. And then what really bugs me about those machines? Because sometimes maybe the cashier isn't around. Say at Choppers, I'm going off on a tangent here. I get it. So I have to use it. So I use it, and then I hit. Tell me how we did today. As a machine, tell me how we did today. It bugs me like Give me a break. Anyway, off my soapbox. Yeah, and if if well, again, we're talking Canada, but I mean, I'm sure the same was with CVS and the big pharmacies in the states. Some of those cash. I've been living in this area for almost over 20 years, and for the first 15 years, I saw the same people, and the cashier. It makes a job for them, and and now some of them are just disappearing, and it really bothers me. Anyway, wow, go go go. So I started picking some more up. I traded some out of this. Remember, I'm in this a few weeks ago around the 30 level. Okay, a few weeks ago. Poe, you asked a question. It's a fund. It is a fund. I don't know it's under 1%. Okay, it's under 1% in their fund. Okay, in their fund. This is it's about 16 to 19% in their fund. Okay, that's their holding in their fund. And they obviously have other stocks that they're holding, but this one in their fund makes up, I think it was 16 to 19%. When we first read that, I think people thought, oh, they own 16 to 19% of the SpaceX. This is months ago. But, diving into it though, found out that it's less than 1%, but still, if it's $1 trillion IPO, hey, anyway, the IPO is imminent. The IPO is imminent. I guess SpaceX filed yesterday something that, and I think they're going. I mean, there's talk it could. Well, it was supposed to open. It was supposed to open in the last week of June, but I think it's been really bumped up. Anyway, so that's this guy. So now the other thing you can do is, for instance, take a look. So here's healthcare. Okay, you might not like to see a stock that's at 310%. So what you can do, you pop it out. In if you were interested in doing something like this every single day, this is what I would do. I would take each of these individual ones, right click, and duplicate into free floating window. So let me pick consumer staples. Okay, duplicate into free floating window. So here it is. Now what you can do here is you can make some changes. You might only want see in the summary. There's nothing in here. There's nothing about minimum volume, nothing about price range. But here's where you can add that if you want. So if you wanted to see stocks between $1 and $75, that was your sweet spot. And the volume today was at least 100K, and maybe trading at least normally. One that's probably going to reduce a lot. So I'll have to see what happens when I do that, and just say okay. Yeah, well, here they are. Okay. So now what you've done is you've taken this and you've customized it. And then what you can do is save it. Right click and save or share to cloud. Save it. Save it into your cloud. You could do this for each one of these. Then you might want, then every day, you might want to take a look at, well, what are the strong sectors? What are the weak sectors? And then focus on those, bring them back from your cloud, and just focus on those ones. It might only be two or three sectors. Okay. Because the reason why you want to do that is because if I make my change here in the consumer staples right in the channel, if I make the same change you saw, yes, as long as you stay in the channel, those changes will be saved. But the minute you leave the channel and then come back, those changes are not saved. Why? Because all these channels you see here are for everyone. So the fact that you might want to make a change, to a price range or a volume, that's not necessarily what everybody else wants. Okay. So that's why it's best if you just pop it out, customize it, you save it into the cloud, and then if you see a couple of the sectors that you want to follow, just bring them back from your cloud. Anyway, it's an idea, guys. It's an idea. So the time is now almost 11 o'clock. So in about 1 hour from now, I will be taking a break. And Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. That'll start around noon Eastern. You'll go to 1 o'clock when I take my break. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. Yeah, yeah. Good luck getting a share, of SpaceX. But if you can get one, I suppose. I don't know what it's going to come out at. I'm more interested in obviously in the DXYZ because if it, it's a lot cheaper, and if the crazy happens. All right, guys. Well, let's see what is happening in some of these races. Momentous has been an active one. I haven't seen it for a few days though, but Momentous is now having another good day. The high looking left is 728. There's definitely in that Ozzy. I'm just looking at these the ones that we're getting here, using like a watch list in the scan that we were talking about. Pretty interesting. I hope it's 1200. I hope it's 1200 because that'll help that DXYZ. Okay, guys, let me. Okay, here's NVTS. I've seen this. We've seen this one quite a bit over the last. Look at this. So nice run. NVTS over the whole number. Okay, over the whole number. It's a semi. The semis. I mean, there's now. Is there anything positive? Nothing is positive. I don't think now. Okay, utilities. Yeah, a little bit positive. Where are the semi? Where's SMH? SMH is being dragged down, of course, with NVIDIA, but not horrible. It's down 0.7%. So why am I looking at that? So if I'm going to take a semi play, it's good to know to see what the sector is doing. Is it just moving, crashing, moving down, 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 or does NVTS have news on its own, so that it wouldn't matter that much? It says here. I mean, there's a little bit of news. I mean, the CEO of NVTS and the CFO are going to join the Evercore Global TMT Conference fireside chat. Generally, when they join these things, they're not going to say, you know what, our company is garbage and you should never invest in it. So, I'm kind of kidding, but I mean, usually they're going to obviously trying to say some positive things about the company, as positive as they can be. I don't know. I don't know of any other tickers. Somebody said it wasn't Wolf. I don't know, Dan. The question was, what other stocks have got maybe a little piece of this SpaceX that are publicly traded stocks? Yeah, Google. You're right, Google. But I guess we're looking for something a little more speculative, perhaps, or Alphabet. I can't call it Alphabet. Well, again, okay, but there are ETFs for Google. Okay, cheaper ETFs, I guess. So you could take a look at that. Let's just see what this one is. Yes. No, that's wrong. I'm sorry. This is the okay. Thought that might have been the long. Here we go. So GGLL, what's the cost of it? Okay, I mean it's not super cheap, but at least it's cheaper than Google itself. So this is a way to play it, I suppose, if you wanted to. A cheaper way, but it's a two time. So if Google, the stock, moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. Oh man, go, go. I'm talking to DXYZ. So Steve, who will be taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Just give me one moment, please. Guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. SATS? Is that right? Well, that's interesting. It's not really acting like it is it? Well, it's $136 stock. I thought it was cheaper. Okay. I thought it was a cheaper stock. I was thinking of SAT-L. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, that makes sense then if SATS is the is a large shareholder of it. Not great, William. Not great. Okay. What am I doing here? 11:10 now. Yeah, it's been a rough. It's going to get rougher, but oh well. That's life. Yeah. So this has been a pretty nice one from our AI guys. It's AAP. AAP is a pretty nice one from our AI. It's up now 5.3% as an earnings play. This, do I have shares available? I actually do have shares available to short this one. This is a short opportunity, excuse me, from our AI, AMLX. But there's the VWAP. So I wouldn't take this. I would not take this. This is a short opportunity from our AI, but I would not take this because the VWAP is just looming underneath. You know, this ARQQ is still kind of interesting. I mean, it's still hanging over the VWAP, had a little pop up, a little pullback into the wave, but it is, you know, kind of still kind of interesting. The VWAP is at, well, that'd be a pretty steep pullback. I mean, to get down to 1616. Now the INFQ, still hanging around just underneath the VWAP. So this is what I would do. I would put a price alert a little bit above the VWAP and see if it takes it out later on. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Now, if it takes it out, doesn't mean I'm going to hop into the trade immediately. It has to, you know, it has to be doing it on volume. Want to see what is happening. But I mean, you know, the high up here was $16, so there would certainly be room if it wants to keep running. It's a big float. But look at the volume, 45 million shares, 11 times normal. That's it. But the only well, okay, the only other one is the 200-day moving average, Berks. That's it though. Just the VWAP and the 200-day moving average on my daily chart. That's it. Well, okay, a bit of a, but not a huge drop. I see what you mean. No big change yet. Was at $8 now, underneath, a little underneath 8. Yeah, Wolfpack Research short XMax. I'm sure they would go into a lot more detail. And that Berks, that's not to say that other, a lot of people use the RSI, stochastics, MACD. I just think it's probably the second most often looked at technical indicator. I have this feeling it is that the VWAP is after the 200-day moving average. So, and it makes sense to me. I mean, when you look at the definition of what it is, it makes sense to me. It's not, nothing is infallible, of course, but so that's why. You're probably right. Yeah, VWAP is probably number one for day traders. You're absolutely right. The 200-day moving average is more for, but I mean, I'm certainly aware of it. I mean, if I'm going to day trade something and I see the 200-day moving average is just on top, I won't be doing that. I won't take it. So that's why I do look at it to make sure that the 200-day moving average is not infringing on the ability to move up. But you're right. Most of the time, the 200-day moving average, doesn't come into play that much. But certainly the VWAP. Boy, the sorry, the INFQ guys, it's still hanging around. Okay, and where did it win a race? Right there. So it won won one race, so it's in that top 10. Still hanging around, but I got it. But it's got to get through that VWAP. It's that simple. Yeah, I mentioned that fuel cell early on, and just a great run. And now, I mean, it took out that looked like, I mean, 2 days down yesterday in recovery, and now look at this. What a recovery today, and taking out all these highs now, but nowhere near a lifetime high, guys. Nowhere near. Okay, look at that point in red, 0.6%. That means if you had a lifetime candle for fuel cell, it would be right at the bottom, even though it's had this fantastic run. But I think if you look, 52 million in the float. I'm sure this has done several reverse splits, even with, it's a fairly large float for a company that's done several reverse splits. But this stock would have been a lot higher. Okay, let's take a look monthly. Looks like the high, and now again, it did not hit $828, but it looks like the high back here in February 2021. Again, this is reverse. This has got to be reverse split adjusted. It never hit that. Let's see if there was any other going back in time. Well, it could even be more. Yeah, there's 2017. Yeah, so that's why I was going to say that's not high enough. So again, reverse split adjusted. This is like a $3,000 stock back in 2016, maybe even more. So again, this is all reverse split adjusted. So even though it's had a fantastic run, I mean, people who are in this now, they don't give a rip what happened back in 2016, but which means that they could have had a billion shares in the float. Because I remember they did all sorts of financings. The laggard though is Ballard. I don't think Ballard is doing anything close to what. Yeah, the laggard is Ballard. I mean, it's had a nice. Well, you know what? I'll bet if you look at the percentage move, going from 2 to 5, that's a great percentage move. So it looks a lot like it does look a lot like the fuel cell, just cheaper. The RGTI guys, it held 20, and now it's just a little bit over 21. The RGTI, it won 2 races. So you can see what's happening. It's making higher lows, holding the wave. I didn't take it. The INFQ though is well, I don't think it took out the VWAP, did it? Not yet. Oh, right. Well, I forgot to put a price alert on the VWAP, but anyway, it's sort of at the VWAP area, 1472. All right, guys. Well, this could get going again. Let's see if it takes out 15. Remember, the high today was 16, so I want to see if it takes out 15. So the idea for my price alert, it's not that I just hop into the trade. I want to know if it gets to the certain area, and then I'd like to see more volume coming in. The volume is it's not the absolute volume. I'm talking about. I want to see a volume. I like to see a volume bar that is standing out. Also, you can see how the volume on the 15-minute chart. I mean, it's normal that the opening 15-minute bar is going to be huge, and then they start drift down. I'd like to see maybe get a little bit of a more volume coming in. Yeah, I think it's going to go without me if it takes out that 15. It's just So I'm not going to forget about this QUCY, guys. I mean, it's been very, very choppy. Um, but if it's holding for right now. Now, granted, it got down to 358. The longer it holds for, I know this was an AI alert. See if you could have made money on it. Yeah, modest. Probably not. I mean, you wouldn't have lost much, but because there was a stop, and that little, it's hard to see, but that little blue arrow, that is where the alert happened, and the alert was at 432. It did get up to 440, but what I'm looking at now is the reentry, the 426 reentry. Okay, so we had a reentry alert halfway between the original alert price and the stop, which is 426. I'm going to put a price alert right there and see if it gets there again. CNXU opened earlier. Okay. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see it right here. So at 15, so not a lot of enthusiasm. There's hardly any volume. 56,000 direct listing. The analysts that don't like the money manager. They don't like it. But a direct to listing or direct listing, I should say. There is an easy way as long as you want them all gone. Well, there's a couple ways you can do it. Okay. So in my, well, I don't want to duplicate it, but okay. If I wanted to get rid of everything in the alert window, okay. Oh, on the chart, previous alert lines on the chart. I'm sorry. I thought you meant in. Is there an easy way? I don't know if there's an easy way. You can delete. Are you talking about price alert lines? Price alert? If you're talking price alerts, yes. Okay. Fairly easy way. So if I go to my price alert window, okay, if I want to get rid of these alerts right now, I can just, so INFQ could have had several possible. Okay. If you wanted to get rid of all of the previous alerts that have happened, you just, I have it. I have these are at these are at the top here because I've got it sorted on the trigger time, and then these are triggered. So I just have to highlight them. Okay. Right click and delete. Okay. So that does it. Okay. The alerts that are already hit. Yes. That's an easy way to do it. All right, guys, 11:29. So half an hour or so before I take my break, Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. Before I leave, I will put the YouTube link in the main room. What's the trade of the week this week? And it's not RR. I know it's not RR. What is the trade of the week this week? It's off the top of anybody's head. Oh, that's right, Xerox, XRX. Okay. Well, I think it might have triggered. I don't know if it's working, but yeah, I doubt if it's working. Did it trigger? What are we now? That's Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Did it get? I think 271 or so was the trigger. I mean, it barely got it. I would never have taken it. Okay. Look at the 200-day moving average. Okay. So I would have waited. It didn't trigger. Oh, at 280. Okay. Okay, good. So it did not trigger. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It just hasn't triggered. And why I'm bringing it up, because Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. Now, it doesn't mean you can't trade it if you want to trade it. It's a big stop. 50-cent stop. Okay, 50-cent stop. So looking to make 380 target 5. Yeah, okay. So it is at least, it's more than a 1 for 2 if it hits the target. But he and I trade very differently. I mean, I would never do that, because I'd be looking left and saying, well, there's 295 and then 315, but we just have different styles of trading, which is why you guys should go over when I take my break. You should go to YouTube and listen to the different styles. Steve is a huge proponent of I don't think I have it up here, but the 10-minute SMA on a 15-minute chart. He kind of uses it like I use the VWAP. Stock comes into the 10 SMA in a 15-minute chart. He loves that. I actually thought I had that on here, but I guess I don't. So if I did, and what color would stand out? Maybe yellow? That it looks like it's right in there. I'd have to change the color, but anyway. Unusual number of prints, Ozzy. Okay, I'll tell you what. That's what it is. Okay. So, like everything else, I could probably tell you, but I'm not going to. If you right click on it, okay, on any alert window, and then click on configure, and then search, and start typing in unusual. And the reason why, so here we are, unusual number of prints, help. Okay. And so this will cover it way better than I could. Okay. Here's a detailed understanding of what it means. Okay. And that's a good segue, guys. If you're interested in anything that we've got, any one of these, we've got a lot of real-time alerts, a lot of different filters, and you're wondering about, well, what is it? What does it mean? Like there's a classic one, unusual number of prints, but let's type in volatility, okay? Ooh. I want to see something a little bit different. Here's volatility. What does it mean? Percent. What does it mean? Click on the help. It's going to tell you. Okay. Understanding the volatility in percent filter. So instead of having to rely on myself or anybody else, you can easily go to the guide. You can find it quickly just in the search term. Just start typing it in, highlight it, and then click on help. You'll be right there. And that'll give you a far more detailed explanation than I ever could. I don't trade like that, share. Okay. I don't trade like that at all. 10, 20. I don't have a fixed number. My stop loss, my stop loss will be based on what I see on a chart. Okay. So I don't put like a, well, 10 cent every trade I make, or 20 cents or 40 cents. It's all going to be based on what I see in a chart, and that's going to size me. I don't trade that way at all. I know some do. Yeah, the complete explanation. Now, again, there are some that trade that way, though, Share. I mean, and it might be even that they're not using a dollar amount. They might say, I'm going to put a 1% stop, or a 2% stop, or a 3% stop every single trade. I just don't trade that way. Okay. But it changes. It changes from trade to trade. If I were going to look at a stock and take a 50-cent trade, or a 50-cent a stop on something, okay, then it would have to be that when I look left, I have a reasonable expectation of making a dollar on the trade. Okay. Because I'm not going to, I want to, I'm always looking for at least a 1 for 2. Some out there will say a 1 for 3. So if I'm going to risk 50 cents, then I have to be able to have a reasonable expectation of making a dollar on the trade, double the 50 cents. So how do I do that? Well, that's when I start looking left. So if I were in this one right now, okay, BKKT, just using this as an example, and I was going to and I looked at the chart and I said, you know what, my stop should be 50 cents away. Can I make a dollar in this trade? I'd say no, not reasonably, because at 1064, that means it's got to get to 1164. Well, the next high looking left is 1099. So I wouldn't be taking that trade. Okay. And that's how I trade. The share size changes, share every single, like it's not, there's no such thing as typical, because if I am, and first of all, your share size is going to be based on your stock. It's going to be based on how much are you willing to risk on the trade. In terms of risk, are you wanting to risk $100? And I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. So if I'm going to risk $100 a trade, and my stop is 10 cents away, and it makes sense for me to take the trade, I can take 1,000 shares. Okay. Because if I lose on the trade and I obey my stop, and I lose 10 cents on the trade, 10 cents times 1,000 shares is $100. Okay. That's how I trade. If my stop was 50 cents away, I'd be taking fewer shares. Okay. It's just a matter of multiplying, to figure out how many shares I want. Is going to be based on where my stop is and how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. Risking on the trade, meaning how much am I willing to lose if it doesn't work? And guess what? They don't all work. But what I don't do is, risk $100 one trade, 500 the next trade, 1,000 the next trade, $50 the next trade. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade within reason. Now, sometimes, of course, if I look left, if I'm trying to make at least a 1 for 2, and I look left, and there's a ton of room, on a that a stock could go to, well, then maybe, that's when I might vary my risk a little bit. but I'm not varying it. I'm not going to vary it. I'm not going to double it. In other words, if I'm risking $500 a trade, I'm not going to say, okay, I'm risking 1,000 on this trade. Maybe I risk 600. Okay, a little bit more. It's like sort of like pseudo card counting when you're playing blackjack. When you think the cards are in your favor, you sort of increase your bet. But do you go all in just because the cards are more in your favor? No, at least you shouldn't. Yeah. Well, but understand the stop at 10 cents at Burks, the stop at 10 cents away has to make sense. It's not like a made up number. I'm not saying to myself, well, I'm going to put the stop 10 cents away. It has to be based on something. Sometimes it could be a whole number break. If I'm over the whole number, I get in at 515 and I like it. And I say, well, I don't want to be in this stock if it gets down below the whole number. So I put, say, a 15-cent stop. Or it could be based on what I see on a 5-minute chart where I think there's some support. The number of shares I take is based on how big my stop is, what the stop is. And then it's always based on a max, like within reason, okay? The same max loss that I want every trade. So you could have an Excel spreadsheet if you know how to do it, and you can have one cell, which is your max loss, and then you input your entry and your stop, and it's going to automatically calculate how many shares to take. The problem with doing it that way, of course, is that you have to have an idea where to put your stop. Okay. And sure, it's a lot easier just to say, well, I'm going to have a 10-cent stop every trade or a 20-cent stop every trade. But that's not really based on anything. Okay. Like if 5 cents away was a whole bunch of support and it broke down through that, you probably don't want to be in the trade in theory. So, and if you're putting a 20-cent stop every trade, but it's not easy necessarily when you're starting out. Well, where am I going to put that stop? So, there's a way how you could practice using our simulator. I'm not saying this is the absolute way you're going to do going forward, but you could try putting, you get into a trade and maybe you put your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. The reason you do that is that that's a defined number. It's a definite number. There's no guesswork. You could try doing that to see how it works for you. There are some that do that. So, if I wanted to get into the XOVR right now, the low of the previous 5-minute candle is 1027. Okay. If I thought this was a nice little trade, it's just over the VWAP. Okay. So my stop is pretty close. Okay. But you could try using our simulator, using stops like that. I'm not saying that's the way to trade. I'm just saying, but you could try. Well, then you could try maybe the low of a 15-minute candle. Okay. Maybe the low of a 15-minute candle. 5-minute might be too tight. But how are you putting your stops? Are you just doing it? Well, I'm going to put a 10-cent stop every trade, 20-cent stop every trade. Is that how you're doing it right now? Like what is your stop based on right now? No looking at the charts? Well, so what, the low of the day? Because the low of the day, okay. 1-minute candle, that is going to be very tight then, isn't it? I would at least make it a 5-minute candle. Okay. At least. But practice in the simulator. I mean, a 1-minute candle, that is very, that's very tight. DBGI halted on the way up. Boy, this has fallen on hard times, hasn't it? I remember when this one, well, it was a $15 stock not that many months ago. See, I haven't, the least I've ever used in terms of a time frame is a 2-minute time frame. 1 minute to me is just way too choppy. Even 2 minutes. The only reason I was using a 2 minute for a little while ago, it was been trying to catch the wave a little bit earlier, but I found 5 minute is fine for me anyway. And there was a time where I didn't have anything less than a 15. 1 minute for me is just way too choppy. I couldn't trade that. I could not trade that way. Listen, and people out there who trade on a 1 minute candle and they're making money, keep doing it. Okay, so DBGI, you say halted on the way up. I haven't shown this screen, I don't think. This is today. So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's their halt price. They've definitely got their act together now, IB, because there were many times where I wouldn't see the symbol. It was sort of hit or miss. I mean, I know what it was, but I'm seeing the symbol all the time now. So this is DBGI, halted at 69 cents. This is not a good look if you're in this, and it just opened. I was going to say it just opened because that it was halted at 69 cents and it looked like it was going to open underneath, which it did. Hey man, what was that other one you talked about? It was XOVR. I remember that. So this is a pretty cheap one also. So this is a little bit like the DXYZ. Now, but it is not ramping like DXYZ. Where was your comment about it? Are you still in the room, Amen? I don't know if you posted it in the specific stocks. Oh, here it is. Has 23% exposure. Now, it doesn't mean they own 23% of the IPO, of course, but within their, I get, this is, they call this a fund. It's 23% of their fund. Whereas the DXYZ, it's about anywhere between 16 to 19% of their fund. But yeah, that would be another way to play it, I guess. I don't know what the float is. But this is an ETF. Okay, sorry. No floats for ETFs. The other one is a stock, so it's a little bit easier perhaps. Well, it's more expensive. So when you say it's got a 23% exposure, $281 million, that is actually how many that's their in is that true? I mean, does that make sense? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Amen? That they have $281 million invested into CPS, CP, SpaceX? That seems like a heck of a lot. Okay, there's the eight. Okay, so this means that this has just gone positive. Okay, HCWB. I put a price alert right at the area where it was the close of yesterday. So it's just gone a little bit positive right now. I do remember that XOVR. I didn't, but for some reason I thought it was a stock, but it's an ETF. How much volume is there? Pretty good volume, 2.6 million. What's the volume on the DXYZ? Yeah, but double. Okay, this was halted on the way up, guys. Another super active stock. Okay, the HCAI halted on the way up. Now, I refuse to believe this is where it's going to open, but there's the halt price, 1055. They're 1244. I doubt if it's going to open that high. Remember now, the halts are 5 minutes long typically, so this number can change. My feeling is that it'll come closer, maybe to the 1055, maybe 11 or something, but I doubt if it's going to open at 1244. Now, the 200-day, in fact, if it opened at 1244, that would mean it would take out that 200-day moving average. I may be wrong. Okay, 11:52. I better get the YouTube link in. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Obi. I'll read through that. It's going to be fascinating to see how it opens and how it trades. So I'm not quite on my break. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Okay, so just wanted to get it in here. All right. Well, let's see now. I want to see this HCAI and see. Well, I mean, it's holding firm at that 1244. My feeling is that if it doesn't come a little bit, slide down a little bit, this may be longer than a 10-minute or 5-minute halt. Time is it now? 11:53. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 11:56 plus 6 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt. Well, man, I mean, it's holding firm here, that 1244. I mean, it'd be surprising for me to see it jump that much out of the halt. It's a low float though, 140, 430,000. Parking AI parking management technology. Market is, well, I mean, still mildly negative here, guys, but chop, 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 chop. Well, it could open in 6 seconds, guy. Well, I'm sorry, not 6 seconds, about 20 seconds or so. It is now 11:55 plus 50 seconds. So if it's going to be a five, I just have the feeling it's just not going to open there. They're going to wait to see if it get something closer. They, meaning well, yeah, you see, it did not open yet. I think they're going to have to get that 1244 a little closer to that 1055. See, it's not opening, so it's now going to be a 10-minute halt. At least a 10-minute halt, okay? These are always usually, I shouldn't say always, but 99% of the time, if it's not a 5-minute halt, it'll be a 10-minute halt, always a multiple of 5. We've seen halts go 15, 20 minutes. I would say, obviously the vast majority are 5-minute halts. Okay, guys. Well, the INFQ is looking a lot more interesting now. It's just basing just underneath 15. And oh, it got knocked out. It only had won one race, so I guess they got knocked out of here. So INFQ just underneath 15. I mean, look at this, and making higher lows on the way up on the 15. Not so much on the 5, but certainly on the 15. So can it break through 15 with volume? See a little bit of volume burst here, a little bit. You can see the volume bar right here. Still has another couple of minutes to close. But I won't be doing anything because I'll be taking my break, and I can't hold a stock like this without being on it, like watching it like a hawk. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Okay, I'm just waiting for a little pop in our YouTube room. And Steve is invested in the DXYZ also. So we'll have a nice little 30-second chat about it in our YouTube room. The RGTI, guys, is holding really nicely around that 21 mark. All right, I heard a little pop. I think Steve is in our YouTube room right now. So just give me a moment, Steve. Okay, guys, so I'm going to head out or muting myself in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I can talk to Mr. DXYZ himself, Steve Gomez.
I think I got my audio on. Do you hear me?
You do now.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
All good.
Well, fun and games, isn't it?
Well, it's fun when it's working. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's supposed to be, I'm sure you've been reading about it. I guess they filed something yesterday. So instead of the end of June for this IPO, there's a lot of talk. It could be, maybe the end of this month, but maybe the first week of June.
The first week of June. That's what I heard. So I was curious to see how much excitement was still baked into these things. And that the note you just sent here earlier, that's interesting too. What's the name of that one you were talking about?
The XOVR, which is an ETF. Okay.
It's an ETF. Okay.
But they own a lot of, according to the documentation, they have a big chunk of it. Well, big chunk of it, $235 million exposure. So, yeah.
Hey,
So
Barry,
what's that?
You want to buy some Canadian coins from me?
No.
I've got them listed on eBay. Somebody's buying. Somebody's bidding. Look at that. How about that? That's pretty
eBay.
funny.
Every time eBay has earnings, I always say the question, I can't believe eBay is still around. And then a bunch of hands go up in the room. I still have eBay and I still do stuff on eBay. So,
well, speaking of, GameStop wants to make a big play for them. So I'm long GameStop
I know.
too. But
yeah, I know. I think
anyway.
Okay. Yeah, anyway is right.
Okay. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Okay, Steve, I'll let you go, and I'll see you. I'll try to get there. Be 5 to the hour, right? I guess you want to.
Oh yeah, we got that dev meeting. I'm cool. That sounds good.
Okay.
See you later.
Bye.
Sorry, guys, my camera wasn't working, so I don't have it plugged in here today. Maybe next week. Couldn't get it on in time. But hopefully everybody's doing good. If you went to bed owning quant stocks, you're probably pretty happy right now. Nice $2 billion investment for quant stocks. So pretty much everything across the board over there. RGTI, beautiful trade chart. My God, look at that. Let me pull up my Illustrator here. And gives me an opportunity to highlight this 15-minute chart here in Rigetti. And here it is. How it's perfectly, for the moment anyway, perfectly looking to hold that level, the 10 SMA right there. We shall see. But yeah, quant stocks are having a really good day for sure. Oh, DXYZ making a new 30-minute high. I forgot to mention let me turn that stupid thing off. Oh, they're making me log in again. Oh my gosh. That's killing me. I just logged into this thing and I have an account for it, but you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to turn that off. Yeah, I haven't done much experimenting, Ozzy, with the Money Machine and Dan's new filters. Like I was kind of saying, you're probably going to have to wait for him to explain that a little better. But before Barry took off, I was going to let him know. I think he already knows. I've got a order standing here to sell 20% of my DXYZ at 60, right on the knot, right on the screw. So I'm going to put a price alert in there just to kind of let me know if it gets triggered. Close enough. But a lot of things moving today, and it's nice to look down and see some of these names. I don't know why that Epic Pen is making me sign in again. That really bugs me. Actually, what I might do here is, let me see if I can find that ridiculous. Bear with me a second. I got to go hunting for it in my emails, and there's a activation code in there. There we go. Okay, so let me copy that activation code. And see if I can log, because I really like to use this Illustrator, but for some reason they locked me out. Let me get this thing going, then we'll talk about it. Activate Pro, activate paste, and I should be good to go again. All right. So back to Rigetti. What I was trying to get to before this epic pen got me. 10 SMA right there. This is why I use this indicator on the 15-minute chart, guys. When you've got something that's strong as an ox and won't pull back, the only thing it's really waiting for, in my opinion, on a 15-minute time frame is this 10 simple moving average. And once it comes up and starts to touch the price action, you can just kind of see how correlated that is there for easy support. But Rigetti hit my verbal upward scan around 9. Oh, you missed it. I see. Yeah, you almost had to be long this morning when that news came out. But there certainly was some meat on the bones if you wanted to chase these things. But when we look at my my favorite watch list over here, everything at the top, that's a quant. That's a quant. Qubits is a quant. DXYZ, we know about that. Point and a half away from getting some sells off here in DXYZ. APLD, strong. Nebius, I'm a proud owner of Nebius. And look at that. It's just giving us another wonderful real-time example of what happens when strong stocks have a 10 SMA coming up to meet the price. It just seems to want to force the issue higher. So no complaints there. Let me grab my stupid windows. But anyway, happy Thursday, everybody. I'm here to help, of course, for trade ideas, scanning, software questions, whatever you guys have. Otherwise, I start rambling about stocks and portfolios and geopolitics and whatnot. But my neighbor's texting me. Smart guy. He gave me I'll just tell you, man, he gave me a tip, and I rarely take these, but this is a small penny stock, and it's just not doing what I need to. So if this thing can't get going today, I'm out. I'm not even gonna talk much about it. But let me just check this. Yeah, silver had a little pop there coming into play. There's some news coming out of Washington with some more crypto legislation. I'd expect to see some strength in crypto. Here comes DXY. No, that was DFTX. My bad. Hello, Ryan. Hey, Ryan, what's up? Good to meet you yesterday. Can we have a quick check on the beauty of the quantum? Yeah. By the way, just ELF, your guys' favorite stock yesterday, just did typically what stocks that gap up want to do. ELF opened up for you right there and just hit a vacuum all the way down. And it tested that 50 level I told you about yesterday on the golf course. Not much follow through underneath, right? Bouncing right back into play. So looking good. The other thing I was telling you, Ryan, was that 130 simple moving average. If you take a 15-minute chart and you add 130 simple moving average candles and you smooth them out, you start to get some really interesting levels. And you can see that your guys' ELF opened right up underneath that level and then just found an air pocket. So very interesting. But the quantum, if you missed it, they got a $2 billion guarantee from Trump administration to hold these things up. You got your INOQs. I think you were in that one. So you just can't go wrong. But here's the real lesson today, Ryan, is reading the charts. The charts are stronger than ever. These very well could have just reversed and come back down into play. Look at that support on that 130 line I talked to you about. Super solid area of interest. But there's only two indicators that I use on my 15-minute charts, which is this 5-day moving average, which again is calculated as 130 periods, smoothed out. The reason I use 130 is because you've got 130 15-minute increments that fit into a 5-day trading. You don't use overnight, you don't use pre-market, you don't use post-market, just regular intraday trading. And that allows me to superimpose a 5-day moving average into my 15-minute window. And it's magic sometimes. Look at how INOQ yesterday pulled back and the buyers at that 130 level supported it. Additionally, I think, we were talking about charts yesterday. Ryan, if you're not using TradingView, this is a free website, and you can start to get live prices on TradingView. And you could pop anything in there. I've got my crypto stuff on there, and you can easily go to TradingView. And if you change anything on there to a 5-minute, notice the blue line right here. Look at that. Look at that correlation in Bitcoin. Although cryptos really aren't the best example because they trade 24 hours. But if you want to put a stock on there, you can type any stock, and then you just add the, hang on a second, I'll show you the settings. Moving average SMA input is going to be 130. And so that's what I've got on this one. Where's the values? That's weird. All right, so regardless, can we get a quick check on the beauty or the quantum computing stocks? So to answer the question, they are still all systems go, green light. Let's go through a few of them here. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at this 10 moving average. This is different than the one I just talked about. I call this one the momentum line, and it's just looking at 10 candles. And so anything that's in motion on a 15-minute time frame is going to stay in motion if the momentum is intact. Once the price action breaks this rising 10 SMA, I call that my signal candle to get out if I'm looking to take profits, because that's where the momentum is stalling. But if we just go down the line here, this is my watch list of favorite names. Look at how each one of these is being pushed higher by this intraday 10-minute chart. I mean, a 10-minute simple moving average. It's almost like they're all just behaving the same way. And this is why technical analysis is so important. APLD doing the same thing. Nibius, I was telling you about this one yesterday. Nibius, I'm long this one, thank God, and it's kind of benefiting as well. But this 10 simple moving average is just a magic line. Again, I've got some DXYZ for sale at 60, but it's only 20% of it. So I'm not really going to worry about whether I get hit or not. It's a long day. Here's INOQ down here, another quant getting pushed higher by the 10 SMA. So Ryan and anybody else that wants to use TradingView, they allow you to use 2 indicators for free. And so you can see my chosen indicators are a 10 SMA and a 130 SMA. And again, tradingview.com will give you live prices for free, and you're good to go, and you're good to start learning. I'm going to type a author in the chat. Steve Neeson, Japanese candlesticks. For anybody that's like feeling you're not really familiar with what you're looking at on a candlestick chart, if you read that book, it'll all start to make a lot of sense. And right off the bat, I look at INOQ here. I see 1, 2, 3 days of pullback. On day number 4, you see how it has that long little tail right there? Well, those little tails are really important for candlestick charting. It kind of shows you the reversal. And so after 4 or 5 days of selling, when you see big patterns like that, and the book talks about that, you can give yourself some confidence that that might be the worst of the selling, and you can get some reversals off there. I'm just reading your comment, Justin. So my 15-minute is just those 2 indicators. The daily over here on the left has only a few indicators as well. The first one being the 10 SMA, and you can see the 10 SMA was holding the daily candles. So there's a momentum contingency on the daily time frame using a 10 SMA as well. I've got a great example for the next one, which is the 20 SMA, and it's Xerox, which technically speaking, that blue line was the trade of the week trigger. So technically speaking, Xerox did not trigger. But you guys know me, sometimes I try and jump the gun and anticipate. And when I do that, I've got to draw my line as to where I tell myself I'm wrong and you need to cut and move on and rip the Band-Aid off. So for me, this is my plan here in Xerox today. As I mentioned before, the 10 SMA was holding the price nicely, and it got held back literally. It's like 8 days now. This orange line is the biggest simple moving average of them all, the 200-day simple moving average, and the price just can't get above the 200 SMA. Now we have the rising red line, which is a 20. So we've got 10, which is my fastest, and 20. I refer to the 20 as my backstop, and that's why I brought this trade up to show you guys. This is a real life risk management situation here. I'm underwater because I tried to anticipate and get a head start and be long in case it broke out. Well, it hasn't broken out. Now the sellers are coming back and they're pounding on this red line here. And again, I call this the backstop. So what I need to see today, and I'm going to give it all day, because if I just get mad and, I'm getting a pissy mood and just hit the sell button because I don't like the way it looks here, the trading gods have a funny way of bouncing it for me into the close and making me regret selling it. So I'm going to give this all day long, and it's welcome to sit here. But the minute this candle closes the session, and if this candle leaks and closes below the 20 SMA, it's broken my backstop. And I will sell Xerox 2 minutes to the bell today and raise that cash so I can move it to something else that's working better. So this is kind of a good timely explanation. Again, technically speaking, the trade of the week is not live. It did not trigger 280. But me and my infinite wisdom decided to try and anticipate it, and it's not really working out. So my plan is I can't let this close below the 20 SMA, which is that red line. So I'll be doing that at the close and watching closely to see what's up. Why did he recommend that, penny? Let me tell you, Jay, I never, ever, ever take these types of penny stock biotech tips, because they're usually bad tips going through the grapevine. But he happens to know a good friend of his who has been clear of brain cancer for the last few years because he's taking this drug. So essentially, he knows somebody in the group. And there's really nothing wrong with talking about that. It's just it's an opinion. His friend has benefited greatly as one of the participants in this study. They go after brain cancer. But same thing is going to apply here. Today, this is in my other account, and I had to buy this in my other account because the 401k wouldn't accept it. I'm using this 200-day moving average. This was victory. It was able to climb above the 200-day, and now it's bled back down below. If it closes like this at the end of the day, I might just cut my losses and say this isn't going to work out, just bail and move on. So I normally don't play those things, but that's the story. And I'm not trying to get anybody involved in that for sure. But, if we look at the NASDAQ, it's performing exactly the way we want to see a strong market behave. Here's our breakaway gap down here. We haven't even looked back. Just a solid wall of buying. And there's two ways in which prices or indexes can consolidate. They can consolidate backwards in price, which is acceptable, or they can consolidate sideways over time. And that is the more bullish of the two scenarios. So if you're asking me how I feel about the market, we are still very bullish. The people who want to buy dips can't get a big dip to buy. The people who are short and need to get out and cover their shorts, they can't get a big pullback to cover their shorts. So I've been doing this 30 years, and what I see is a nice sideways consolidation, which is probably just waiting for the next headline maybe to push the market higher. Let me just go over what I did in DXYZ. I'm actually pretty proud. I can't be more proud of how I've traded this thing so far. I bought it down here at 29. I sold a quarter of it at 53. I sold another quarter of it at, I believe it was 69. Let me take a look here. Yeah, 69. So that left me with half a position. I waited and I waited the requisite 3 or 4 days, 1, 2, 3 days, and I purchased those 50% shares that I sold. I purchased them back. And so I'm back to a full boat and it's working for me. So that's why I've got an order to sell a quarter of it again at 60. Why am I selling at 60? Because if you look left, the top of this candle right there is almost the same as that top of that candle. That means there's there's sellers in there lurking at 60. It's just a pattern. All you have to do is look left in the history. And so I don't want to try and fight them. I'd rather just accept the fact that there's probably going to be some sellers at that level, and I'll take some off if I'm lucky enough to get it. And back to the intraday, as long as this 10 SMA continues to support the price, I'll be okay. See what happens. Still a long day. But that's how I've been trading DXYZ, and I couldn't be happier with the way it's kind of worked out. It doesn't always work that way. Hello, Premrod, can you check on NVDA? Is it good for a long now? Well, let's take a look. You got post earnings, of course. It's one of those situations where the earnings were baked in. As you can see on our trade ideas charts, that yellow strip shows us earnings were yesterday. After a pretty good run like this, if you can't get the earnings to kick you higher, and look at the 5-day moving average, they wouldn't let it get above that 5-day moving average here either. So the fact that you've got a lot of profit taking after earnings means that the earnings were probably baked in. What I would be looking for is maybe just a couple more days of people who maybe just want to get out. You know, when you have earnings that don't go the direction you want, chances are other people are feeling the same way. I like to give it 3 days or so before you reevaluate it. In a perfect world, NVIDIA will come down and test this red line, the backstop, the 20 SMA, and maybe find some buyers and pop back into play. That could be a level of interest. But I'll tell you what you want to avoid is if you see NVIDIA just bleed back down below and close below that red 20 SMA, well, then 200 is probably back in play, which would still be kind of a trend line. So we're kind of in no man's land here. And getting back to the candlesticks, which I was talking to Ryan about earlier, when you see a candlestick with this giant wick here, it's basically, it's calling it a rejection. That was a rejection. So you can see the rejection on the daily candle. You can also see the rejection on the intraday 15-minute candle. So, Kodak, no thanks, not interested. But you can see how I can set price alerts to bring things to my attention as they pop up, and I can evaluate them. So yeah, Steve Neeson, Japanese candlesticks. If you're somebody out there who's wanting to get better at reading charts, that is the Bible of how to read Japanese candlestick charts, which kind of give you a third dimension over the regular line charts because of that wick that I can tell you. You can see nice reversals with the wicks. Another great candlestick book is by Thomas Bulkowski. I'm not familiar with that one. Patrick, good to know. Jay, with the usual question, how am I feeling about the market? Well, I just mentioned it. I'm feeling extremely bullish still, because you can't, if you're feeling like you're not participating and you're wanting to buy stock, you're like, well, I don't want to buy up here. I want to pull back. Well, the market's not giving you a pullback. And if you're a short seller and you're losing money, you want to pull back so you can try and get out of your short and stop losing so much money. They're not getting the pullback either. And so what I had mentioned earlier, there's 2 ways for price to consolidate. You can consolidate backwards in price, or you can consolidate sideways in time. And that's what we're doing in the indexes. And so, stocks are stocks, but you have to look at the bigger picture. Even the IWM, which is the small caps, the Russell, they're not pulling back very much either. But the S&P 500 basically has not pulled back at all. This is a very shallow pullback, and that answers the question, Jay, that I am still feeling bullish about the market. And so then from there, it just becomes like on a case-by-case basis. What's not working for me? I had to sell some ONDS this morning. If ONDS, I bought it yesterday off that low. If it can't get going today on a day like today, then I don't want it. But Kodak, I don't want that either because it can't get going today. So I want to be in things that are strong, or at least the sectors are strong. All right, let me catch up with the questions here. Can you go over how to set the 10? Yeah, perfect. I'll do you one better, Amber. For everybody that has a Trade Ideas account, I'm just going to send you the configuration. So this is our cloud code. And if you've got Trade Ideas, you can open that up and you'll have an exact copy of my 15-minute chart. But if you want to build it from scratch, you just need to go to the indicators. And I'll just go to the indicator manager since I've already got them up. Okay. Here's the first one. Let's see. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm sorry. Hang on a second. Edit. That's what I'm looking for. So what you want to do is you want to add a new indicator. You can do quick indicator. You could add simple moving average right there. And then all you have to do, I'll go back to the manager. You create one and it has the period of 130. And I've chosen that blue color. And so again, 130 15-minute candles divides perfectly into 5 days of trading. And so it gives me that 5-day smoothed out look, zoomed in on a 15-minute chart. And then, of course, the 10 SMA is just easy as well. Add an SMA, and the value for that would be 10. But if you want the easy way, you know what I just gave you. That's the cloud code for my chart settings. And I don't think I finished the other question. So this is my 10 SMA, which I call the momentum line. This is the 20 SMA in red, which I call the backstop. And as you can see, Kodak bounced off the 20. Once it breaks that 10, if it can't hold that 20, I'm usually going to lose interest. And then this blue line on the daily chart is a 50-day moving average. I refer to this as the general bill of health. If a stock is below the 50, it's not really in good health. It needs to be above the 50 for me to be considering it's in good health. And then lastly, the only other indicator I have is that 200-day. Now, occasionally I might draw some anchored VWAPs or things like that. I think I've got one in Tesla, some additional lines, but I try not to draw too many lines. I'd like to see Bitcoin do something, but it doesn't want to do anything. I know you look at the charts and candlesticks to determine a hypothesis. So how long do you wait if a trade doesn't go your way? So good question, Ryan. Again, I'll go back to the Xerox trade. And this is probably applicable to you because I think you're participating. I'm going to watch this closely today. And so the level is 236, and that corresponds to this moving average. I use moving averages strongly because I'm convinced that the algorithms and the quant funds out there, they also use moving averages. They use them to buy levels of support and levels of resistance. And the way in which I use them is I evaluate at the end of the day. It's okay if it breaks it intraday because sometimes it might pop back up. But by the end of the day, if the candle wants to show me that it just can't bounce, and if we extend this candle just a little bit into that red, if it looks like this at the end of the day, I'm going to cut Xerox. And so there's never really a set 2, 4, 5 days that I hold. I let the charts tell me what's really going on. So whatever was exciting back here, we have volume, we had earnings in yellow, and we had this great push. I thought, hey, something's going to happen in Xerox here. And then the 200-day caught it, and there's that reversal wick I told you about that you'll learn about if you read the candlestick book. That is a very ominous daily wick because it traded all the way up here, and intraday it reversed and fell back to lows. That's about as bearish of a wick as you can have, which would usually tell you, yeah, that's probably time for the momentum to die out. But since then, we've had sideways action, which, as I mentioned, is still constructive. And as I look over here on the intraday, I can still kind of see there's a buyer really kind of defending this 238 level, which corresponds again to the daily 20 SMA. But I need this thing to pop back into play. And as you can see, it's also below my 5-day moving average here intraday. So it's basically under the gun. So there's no set calendar date or time in which I'm going to give up on a stock. I let the chart tell me that the momentum is dying out. And we just got a little up, little down tick there. Back to lows and Xerox. So long story short, I'm going to wait until the last 5 minutes of the day today. And if Xerox can't get back above 237, 238 with conviction, I will probably cut it. And it'll be a sad thing because I thought this was going to do something and it just hasn't. So there's no real set time. It's just a matter of what the chart and the footprint of the sand are telling me to do. Now, when things do work my way, it just kind of depends on what I'm doing. Like with Nebius, you know what I mean? I could take off some Nebius right now and be happy, but I kind of feel like I want to hold on to this one a little longer because it's doing so good today. I think this prior high back here at 232 will probably be challenged again. And I kind of want to stick around and see if there's more. We all were amazed at how far the semiconductors ran. And I think it's possible there's some other types of stocks that might have some run in them as well. So I don't want to get out too soon. Do you have to add these indicators for every scan, or is it a general setting like in Fidelity? If you mean in the chart, no, because what you could do, Amber, is you could right click in the chart and just say save as default. And so once you've marked up your chart, you can save this as your default. So anytime you open a new chart, you can have those parameters and those indicators already configured for you. If I understand you correctly, you look on the day and want it above the 10 and 20, then you look at the 15. Yeah, those are kind of the general bills of health. I would like to see things moving higher on the daily and not be giving up the 20 SMA, which is why I call it the backstop. So if it breaks the backstop, well, then you're just, all of a sudden you're becoming a hoper. There's nothing worse than just letting a bad chart bleed you mentally, because you hope it's going to bounce because you're convinced the CEO is a good guy and the market's a good guy and everybody else isn't quite seeing what you're seeing. That's a bad mentality to fall into. So you've got to really, don't fall in love with these things. They're just stocks. And a lot of times your thesis might be right, but you could very well easily be 2-3 months early. So for me, it's all about the charts confirming the story more than anything. What's my favorite scan and approach to sub $1 stocks? At this point, Jay, I don't necessarily have a favorite scan other than this one. And it's really not a scan other than just finding out which ones have the most short float. And the reason that's important is the more shorts, the more chance you have for a short squeeze. So to put it simply, when I've got cash to deploy, I'm not pulling up a scan and waiting for a scan to spit out some magic symbol for me to buy. I'm usually going to my wheelhouse, which is my list of favorite stocks. And as you can see here, I'll pull this open. This is my liked list. So today, all I can see is a bunch of techs, quants, AI type stuff. If I scroll down here, oh, okay. Well, we've got some of these other names, AI stuff, and you can quickly see miners, copper, gold miners. They're just not in favor today. So what I'm usually doing is I'm kind of playing my favorite universe of stocks, but every now and then, to answer your question, I will go to this short squeeze scan and try and find something that looks good. And the way in which you can do that is we can change our sort and say, just show me in this tree map here, which ones have the biggest short float percent. Now, all of a sudden, I get red and green. So these are stocks that are up on the day, but also down on the day. But most importantly, what I'm looking at is these values here. So Wolf, for example, 60% of, wow, look at this. This is a good one. 60% of an 18 million float. So Wolf only has 18 million shares in the float, but 60% of them are held by short sellers, meaning they're getting their asses kicked right now. And let's just take it a step further. Let's say I saw, to answer your question, let's say I saw Wolf on this day right here. Like, wow, this stock's really in play, but I'd be a fool to jump in and buy with all this space above my 10 and my 20. These are the areas that I want to wait and lay in wait and be patient. 1, 2, 3 days, right? 3 to 4 days, perfect. Now we're down here in the sweet spot. These are the places you want to enter. So just because you see a new stock that you like, you don't have to jump in immediately. Put it on your watch list, put an alert in, put something in that makes it so you don't lose track of it. Then when it pulls back, if it's truly a strong stock, look at how many times it held. It broke, but it held the backstop. Now it's holding the 10 SMA, holding the 10 SMA. And this is a great example right here yesterday as to why I wait for the end of the day. You can see in the middle of the day, Wolf traded below this 10 SMA, but I've learned over the years, if I freak out midday and sell it because it's below that line midday, if they bounce it back up into the close, it's a kick save. It's right back into play again. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. So if I was long Wolf and bought here 2 days ago, I would have sat through this and I would have been happy. And I would have come in today and seen, wow, look at that. The 10 SMA is really supporting this strong trend. So that's an example. I think the most important thing I can say to new traders is you pull up something that's been running for 10 days straight and you've got all this space between the current price and the next moving average. Just try to be patient, find a way to put it on your radar and not lose track of it. And when it comes down and touches this price level, you might be surprised at how many buyers are going to show up and hold your back. And you guys are, working together. Do I ever buy on the 15 when it crosses above? Yeah. Well, a lot of times I'll add. Let's say I'm in Wolf, right? Let's say I took some Wolf and I'm watching it. The minute it crossed above here, that might be my signal to add to it because it's now gone from a negative position to a positive position intraday, and so I'll do that a lot. I call it an area of interest because there's so many scenarios that can happen. You could be waiting for it to clear that level before you buy it. You could be waiting for it to break that level before you sell it. So it just kind of happens to be an area where you can watch and see how the price action behaves. And if it's not behaving the way in which you hope it will, that's usually a good indicator to help you make a decision. But back to scans, and I'll be happy to share this with everybody too. And just so you know, I made a video on this. It'll be out in a couple of days. This qualifier here, I used to use, I'd say, okay, show me the change from the open. But all that does is it gives me a bunch of green stocks that I don't want to chase because they're all up on the day. So I'm saying just show me the ones that have the biggest short float. So now we go back to short float. And that means I can kind of go across the top here and I can evaluate them case by case. Here's Groupon. You see how I have this blue line set right there? I've already done that. I've gone through it. I've noticed Groupon has 20 million shares in the float. And look at it. It can't get above 2 key moving averages. The 200-day is holding it back on the daily. And look at this 130 intraday. Look at the correlation there. Rejection, rejection, fake out, nothing but rejections. So in the back of my mind, I know that Groupon has a giant short float, almost 60% of the shares of 20 million, which is not a big float. If the price starts to explode through the 10 SMA, the 200 SMA and gets back above this intraday SMA, in the back of my mind, I might buy this if I've got cash to play, only because it could be a tremendous short squeeze. This is nothing but rocket fuel. Having 59% of 20 million in the float being held short, all you have to do is fire the starting gun. And once a few shorts get scared, they start buying and buying. And then you have new people coming in that want to go long and exploit those shorts. And it becomes what's called a short squeeze. So circling back, what's my favorite scan? My favorite scan is to find things in a good market when the market's up that have the potential for massive movement. And I'm actually going to tighten this blue line. I'm going to bring this down a little bit tighter. And if the price triggers through that blue line, and if I have cash, I may consider this trade. So you can see it's not like I'm just sitting here waiting for trade ideas to spit something in my face and tell me what to do. I'm being proactive. I'm kind of doing my research here, and I'm setting up scenarios that might work. And if they trigger, I already know why I want to buy it. Let me share it with you guys. So I can right click this scan for the trade ideas users. And I've got it set like I do here on show me the biggest short floats at the top. And then you can just kind of evaluate them one by one. Here's a great example of why I use the 50-day moving average. So there's the 10, there's the 20, and look where the buyers showed up. So when stocks are in between these moving averages like that, that's what we call no man's land. And I'm just not really interested in them. And I'm more interested in them as to hold the moving averages. And so if they bleed through, I cut them loose. So let me paste that scan I just copied for you guys. If you've got trade ideas and you want to open up this scan and use it the way I'm using it, just use that link and all the settings will be there for you. Even if it's negative on the daily below the 20, just like I said, I don't like to be in stocks that are negative under the 20 SMA because this is just no man's land here. You see that? There's just no reason for me to want to be in those. And that's my thesis or my plan today, as I told you in Xerox. If Xerox can't hold the 20-day simple moving average that I call the backstop today, this becomes no man's land, and I want nothing of it. But for now, it still seems like it's a nice flag pattern. I got to give it the benefit of the doubt. We've got volume, we've got everything else we need. But at the end of the day, today, if this thing just bleeds below 237, 236, I'm out, and I'll turn that money into cash that I can use tomorrow for a more fresh idea. Yes, in this case, it's a little irrelevant because it's just been going back and forth. I'm looking at the bigger picture. I will always defer, Justin, I will always defer to the daily chart over the intraday. So the bigger picture to me is we've got still kind of a flag pattern here, but if it can't hold this 20 SMA, I'm out. I don't like the fact that it's underneath my 130. That could change, but I defer to the daily first and the intraday second. All right, let's, after cutting XRX, what do you think I would, here's what I think about Xerox. And I've always maintained it's probably not going to trade up through that 200-day. It seems like this was a precursor to some insider knowledge, all that volume, all that movement. And therefore, I've just been waking up every day hoping to see some sort of a crazy headline about how Xerox has reinvented themselves into AI data centers. And then if we get that, it'd be a gap above 3 and you wouldn't even be able to grab it. So if Xerox does go, I'm thinking that's the fashion in which it may do it. Kind of a sneak attack overnight with a headline. To your question, that makes it kind of hard to re-enter. So, if I sold it tonight and it came out tomorrow with headlines and gaps up 10%, I'm probably not going to chase it. But what I will do is I will watch that gap up. And if the gap doesn't hold and comes in, there could be a point at which, a partial gap fill on the day might get my attention, but I just don't know. This one's stumping me. Honestly, I didn't expect to see these last 5 days. I expected it to kind of take off back here, and it didn't do it. So that's strike one. It bled through my 10 SMA, and now it's knocking on the backstop. And so if the backstop gives way, I'm not in love with this thing. I don't care. I'll rip the Band-Aid off and take the small loss, and I'll apply that money towards something that is working better. But when I go back to I'll go from change from the close. It sure is nice to look down here and see some of these names I'm in. DXYZ, 18% short. I'm in that. Rumble, 10% short. I'm in that. I saw some other ones earlier that I was in, but they may have dropped off. Nibius, I'm in that, 16% short. So a lot of the stuff that I'm in right now still have a high short component. And as I mentioned earlier, the shorts are really pissed off right now. They cannot get a pullback for their life. All they want is a nice pullback to cover their short sell and try and minimize the loss, but they can't get that. And that's bullish as hell. So to answer Jay's question again, there's not an ounce of bearishness in me right now. All right, caught up on questions. Cool, we've got another 10 minutes or so. I can show you a couple more things I'm in. I've thinned out a few things. As I said, I'm in Nibius, and my plan is to stay in Nibius. It's getting a little wonky here, but I'm going to stay in this thing because this is a fundamentally strong story. They came out with a very strong announcement again last night. You can do your own research on what they do. DXYZ, we know I'm in that. And, oh, I'm loving this shape. Look at this shape here, how the 10 SMA is just curling the price. And I've got an order to sell 20% standing at $60. I kind of hope I get that today. We look at the daily chart, and that's the high of those two candles. That's why I'm joining the sellers at that level to try and peel some off for a good profit. I'm in Rumble Media. I have no intention of selling this. A lot of these trades, I'm not really swing trading and scalping. I'm kind of back in hedge fund mode here. I want to stay in these things. Rumble Media, I think, is doing some good stuff. And finally, they're getting a good candle today. Kind of a messy chart. There's really not much to look at except for back when it was climbing the 10 SMA. It was just giving you wonderful confirmation. And then it just kind of broke here after earnings, which makes sense. So that's kind of a post-earnings scuffle. I am in RR. We haven't talked about that one yet. I know you're in this one too, Ryan. Doing well. Look at how it held the 50-day moving average. I told myself, if this thing closes below the blue line that day, I'm out. And look at what it did. It gave me a reprieve. Bounced back up. We have a nice wick on that candlestick. And this 50-day moving average is now solid support, as it was back here and here and here and here. Kind of a fake out. You know, this is why you don't try to chase. You want to just keep an eye on it, and maybe you'll get a secondary chance. But, you know, this one's tough. Again, short float, 27%. We've got a lot on this one. We've got 180 million, so it's not a small float, but that's still a big 27% is still a big value to scare the hell out of the short sellers. So if this thing does get going, when these things have high short floats, I try to stick around for a little extra while, a couple extra days. But that's that robotics stock that was the trade of the week 2 weeks ago. Tesla, I am never giving up this price. I have a absolute vanity entry down here at 339, and I'm not giving that price up. Look at how Tesla actually wicked way down below the backstop yesterday, 2 days ago. Way down below that red line, the 20 SMA, and then popped right back up to the 20 SMA. When I saw that close, I thought, oh, that's probably it for Tesla. That's probably the worst it's going to get. And then look at the 10 SMA. It can also act as resistance. So as the price came back up, it comes up underneath. I call that under the armpit there. Look at where the sellers showed up. That right there on the open was where the sellers showed up. And this is why I defer to the daily, because the daily showed us the 10-day simple moving average was a line in the sand that the sellers weren't ready to give up yet. So I'm constantly bouncing back and forth between my daily and my 15-minute time frames, but I'm always deferring to the daily. What else am I in? ABTC. This one's so frustrating. Bitcoin just needs to get a bid. But again, I've got a pretty good entry down here at 90 cents, and I'm not going to sell this one. This is my attempt at holding Bitcoin exposure without holding Bitcoin. So if the price of Bitcoin continues to rise, the price of American Bitcoin should rise with it. They do a really good job of mining it. They have one of the best margins out there. It's a Trump family company, so I think they're being unfairly maligned, just like what I'm also in, DJT, which is an interesting business now. It's got some energy fission, and it's got Bitcoin, it's got social media, there's a lot going on. But the name DJT pisses a lot of people off, and I'm pretty sure that's why it just can't get a fair shake until it's time to get a fair shake. GameStop, as I mentioned to Barry, I think I am in GameStop, and I added to it. I'm underwater. This is an underwater position. I was playing it here. I was adding it here. And then the whole Ryan Cohen eBay thing came out, and I just kind of waited to see what happened. I'm on team Ryan Cohen. I think GameStop has been continually naked shorted again, and I'm kind of hoping for a GameStop 2.0. But look at this. How about that, you guys? Where's the selling occurring today? Right at the 10 SMA on the daily. So intraday, it looks like that, but it makes more sense when you look at the daily. You can see it's got a 10-day moving average. It's got to clear. Typically, prices don't move through those declining moving averages quickly. They put up a bit of a fight. So you just got to deal with that. And that's it. I don't have a whole lot. Besides that, I got that Xerox, which isn't doing a whole lot. You guys know my plan. If this thing closes below, 237, 238, I'm just gonna give up on it. I hate to do it because I thought it had something, but I call this 20 SMA the backstop for a reason. The backstop can't hold it. That's all I need to know. Okay, so the tree map scan is, again, let's turn the tree map off because we can kind of see more specifically. It's nothing more than a top list. And just like a spreadsheet, I can double click and I can sort by short the float. So all of a sudden, when I double click these, Wolf, Groupon, AKA, and these all have the highest short float. And here's our configuration window. There's really nothing special here. It's just saying, show me anything with a short float, minimum 20% or higher, with an average daily volume of 250,000 shares. So these are tradable stocks. Stock composite rating doesn't really mean anything. I don't even really need to have that in there, quite honestly. It actually brings in some new scans. I am going to put that back in there. The stock composite rating is basically just saying how decent is the chart if you had to give it a score. So I put a 50 in there. Anything under 50 is pretty ugly. 80, 90, those are strong stocks. So when you see a stock that has a composite rating, like we can do this here, watch this. Oh, I love what I just saw there. All right. Stock composite rating of 90. Nebius. This is why I'm not selling any shares in Nebius, because it's a strong stock. It's scoring a 94 out of 100 based on many metrics. And you still have people who are short this thing, and they're probably in pain. So I'm just going to play off their pain. And that's the reason. Yeah, I got time to share my screen layout, Amber. I'll show you how we do that. We just we use the cloud. We'll save. And then here's the magic button right there. Entire layout. Even the stuff I have minimized down here, it'll come through. But I can share my entire layout. Not everything's going to transpose, because some of these things, like this one over here, is my symbol list. You'll have to add your own symbol lists. But I can easily copy and drop my layout for anybody using Trade Ideas that wants to play around with it. All right, so Nebius midday is getting a little sloppy here. It's breaking my momentum. But as I mentioned earlier, I'm not in profit-taking mode in Nebius. I want to stick around and see how much more pain these short sellers can endure in Nebius. 175 million in the float, and 21% are still short. They are in extreme pain, and I want to continue to ride that. Barry.
That was my brief attempt at being a drummer. Terrible.
You're dragging.
You're a drummer. Was that?
You're dragging the tempo.
Oh, I'm dragging. Okay, well, I'll do a little up tempo when I get back in
There you
both
go.
rooms. How's that? All right, my friend. I guess you want to leave right now. It's 12:55. So we will see you next week sometime. I guess I don't know if you're doing double duty next week, but we will see.
I
you
don't
at least
think
on
so. I
Thursday.
think I'm doing just Thursday next week. So we'll see you guys in a week.
You bet. Well, let's keep our fingers crossed on the DXYZ and maybe the SpaceX. Maybe it'll launch next week if we get really lucky.
If you see DXYZ print 60, you know I peeled some off, so I'll be happy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Steve. Everybody, see you later. Thanks for all the questions. Bye.
Just waiting for Steve to. There we go. Okay, guys, back in both rooms. Give me one moment as I get rid of the announcement. And you're asking, Hamdi, you're asking about a pullback alerts window. I don't have a pullback alerts window. I have a pullback, I have a pullback top list, but I don't have a pullback alerts window. So I'm not sure if you saw, this is what I have. It's a top list, so it's not an alert window. I don't know if you're still in the room. And it's not on my homepage though. But I can give it to, if you're still around, I can give you a link for the top list that I have used in the past. I don't have it up and running right now. Just looking at the QUCY, that looks like it's dead. And the INFQ, that looks like it's dead. Yes, please. 1257. Okay, so let's take a look. File, load from cloud. It's going to be a top list window. And pullbacks to winners to the V. Now, this is okay. This is a more general one, pullbacks winners. So what that means is this is a stock that is still up for the day, but it's pulled back a certain amount. Is that what you're looking for? That's what that would be. Pullbacks winners. Okay, let's take a look at what it looks like. Now, it's a huge list right now, but yeah, I might want to tighten it up. But you can see what's happened. I mean, the stock is still up 8%, but it's pulling back as an example. Okay, just looking at some of these. CRBP, stock is still up 13%, but it's pulling back. If that's what you're looking for, then you can take a look at this. You might want to fine tune it a little bit. I don't know what sort of filters I've got in here. $1 and $30. Volume is at least 2. Current volume is 200,000 shares. Has to be up at least 3% from the open, not from the close. So, but most of them are probably still going. And I've sorted on the change in 30 minutes. Okay. So what has moved down the most percentage-wise in 30 minutes, but still being a positive stock? So you can massage this, you can make it, customize it a little bit more if you want for a price range and minimum volume and all that, but that's what it's looking for. ABCL. Yeah, you can see the pulling back into the VWAP as an example. Okay. Good. Okay. Right here, I'm putting the link in right now. Okay, there's the link. There's the cloud link right there. Just wanted to make sure you wanted it. But I would attempt to customize it. Put a price range you like. Just go to right click when you get it, right click, configure, and summary. You'll see exactly what I'm looking for here. You may have a different idea. Okay. And I've sorted on the change in 30 minutes. These are the ones that are down the most in 30 minutes, but there's still positive stock. You can change in 15 minutes if you want. It's up to you. No right or wrong. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. All right. Well, I'm not, I'll be honest, I'm not really looking to do too much. I mean, the DXYZ, I'm just going to obviously going to hang on to it. Um, the QC, I was looking maybe to get back, to get back in it, but it doesn't look that good anymore. The INFQ doesn't look that good anymore. The one that looks still pretty good is the RGTI. If it's a story stock, obviously. It's holding its own. What did it get to? Got up to 2169 and at the top here. Hey, no problem. MD, no problem. Um, yeah, so I mean, there's a shot. There's a chance that this, the volume is dwindling. But we get some volume coming back in. You got to know the story behind it. RXRX. Okay, this is barely up from yesterday's close, but it is over 3, and just looking to see if there's anything interesting. Not really. 321 is the next high looking left. That's too close for me. Guys are talking about RXT. Okay, it's going to move. You promise? You promise it's going to move? Already moving. Rack space. Yeah. The next high looking left. It's got room. 464. You're chasing it now, though. I mean, this is, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to stop moving higher from here, but this is obviously a chase right now. But the good news is there is room. There's room. High yesterday was 473. All right, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage right now for one last time today. Okay, guys, I'm just getting my homepage link in so you guys can take a look at it. Okay, guys. So 2 promo codes right now. Okay. So if you're willing to take out a premium annual subscription, and remember, you shouldn't be doing this if you don't know the program. Okay. So don't do it unless you know the program and you have some experience trading, because it's a lot of money up front. But if you're satisfied that you want the premium annual, you can get 28% off. Otherwise, you can get 22% off the premium monthly, the standard monthly, or standard annual. Okay, so the 28% only applies to a premium annual subscription. I'm sorry, Sharon, do I do one-on-one sessions if we can to play with chats and trade ideas features? You mean like a one-on-one, like me doing one-on-one with you or so? No, I don't, if that's what you mean. Yeah, no, I don't. Definitely don't. When I'm done this, I'm done. When I take off my headset, I'm done. I'm sorry. So all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Now the code changes obviously from time to time. This is a Memorial Day special or Memorial Weekend special, I guess. So it changes from time to time, but whatever the code is, if you use it, it really helps to keep these rooms free. Okay. Why? Because I'm moderating 2 rooms, the YouTube room and the main room here. And the company tracks the use of the codes. And so they don't mind keeping the rooms free if they see my code being used enough. Okay. It depends what you mean, El Cruz. Can I use the code if I'm like to what? If you have a monthly, you want to go to an annual as an example? So I don't know what you mean. Okay. Are you talking about upgrading from a monthly to an annual? Because then you could. Well, I'll have to keep going. Wait for an answer. No. Well, the monthly, no. You get 20, but you can't if you already have like a monthly subscription, you can't get the 22% if that's what you're talking about. Okay. You can get the 22. These are for new subscriptions. You can get somebody new, you can get 22% off the first month only. Okay. Or 22% off an annual standard. You can get 28% off a premium annual premium. Okay. I know it's a little confusing, but I thought you were talking about maybe upgrading either from standard to premium. If that were the case, like on a monthly basis, we could get you the 22%. And of course, if you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual standard, you can get 22%. But here's the trading room. Okay. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering what this room is all about, it is free also, but bunch of perks. This room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So, and that Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so time zone is not good for me to do that. So that's why Obi does it, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking to interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come in this room, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I get on both. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15 a.m. And then I go to at least 2 o'clock. I'll always stay later if there are questions. Okay, I'll always stay later if there are questions. But if there are no questions, I just don't feel like hanging around, to be honest. Now, Obi says sometimes we'll keep this room open after. I'll just wait for him to tell me if he's going to do that. Okay. Because then when I leave, I'll keep the room open. You'll also have my layout will still be up and running, but that'll be up to him. And you heard Steve. Steve was in our YouTube room for his 1 hour. He's the originator of the trades of the week. I know he was talking about Xerox, but here's how you can sign up for it. Okay, you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It's free. You'll get it before the market Opens every Monday morning. And education. So if you're taking out a subscription or thinking about it, and you've clicked on my homepage link, go to the education section, click on the more info, and here we go. Getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. This is mandatory. You do this. Okay, if you've just taken out a subscription. But if you're wondering about the product, you can start off with that second video. Go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. You can always unsubscribe within the month, or after a month. Just do it within the month, okay? Because these are recurring subscriptions, which is what people want. You don't want to have to sign up every single month when you want the product. Back to basics. Not new, for new traders. Okay, 15 videos, and it's also free. Okay. Last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., here they are. So if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, custom scans, here they are. This a little bigger. So here's the large cap gainer race. This is the more volatile race. This one over here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Pulse resumes, which is always active all day long. And then I have these 4 scans that I have this one up and running. I haven't had a chance to look at it at all, but I have the momentum scan, a gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. Okay. So these are all scans that I'm currently sharing. They're not technically all scans. A race is not a scan, but just semantics. So if you have any questions about these or anything else about trade ideas, I will do my best to answer them. So we don't have the 65 EMA nor the 200 EMA, okay, Camille? So we don't have either of those. And I'm not a user. I'm not a user of SMAs or EMAs on my intraday chart. So I would be the wrong person, to I know Steve, if he uses a 10 SMA in a 15-minute chart and sees if it comes into it, and then he might take the trade. But I am not well, we don't have EMAs or at all. So I'm sorry, I can't help. I've never seen any. Now, when you say the 200 EMA, do you not mean the 200 SMA? Well, I don't know about recommending, but I have a one that's pulling back to the VWAP. But I don't know, recommended. I mean, I've done it. So we don't have EMAs, Camille, Ahmed. We don't have EMAs at all, as filters, unfortunately. So pullback winners to the VWAP. Here's another one. You can take a look at this. So these are stocks that are going to be pulling back to the VWAP. Okay. Another market spike. Okay. Do we? Okay, so Larby, unfortunately, when we Trade Ideas is a great program, it generates ideas. It doesn't mean though that you just immediately, with our AI, that you just take the trade immediately. You have to have some trading, you have to have an idea about how to trade, how to read a chart. I wish I could say, yeah, just, when you see the AI alert, just automatically hop in it. Okay. And even my scans, the things I'm sharing, just because I get something, a symbol here, I have to click on it. I have to look at the charts. I have to figure out, do I want to trade this? So it's very difficult if you're new. It sounds like you want to start day trading and you haven't done it before. I will recommend that you look at on my homepage, because it sounds like you're a new trader also. Oops, not that. If you go to my homepage, trading is not easy, okay? I mean, it is just not easy. You have to have some idea about what you're looking at when you look at a chart. So if you have no idea, then Trade Ideas is not going to help you. But I will direct you to my homepage. And if you scroll down, whoops, scroll down, get to that education section where it says more info, and then scroll down and where it says back to basics. Okay, there's 50, these are free, 15 videos that you can take a look at. But, again, I'm telling you that, you get in, when you click on a symbol and you're looking at these charts and you have no idea what it's trying to tell you, Trade Ideas is not going to help you. I hate to be blunt. Well, I don't hate to be blunt like that. Well, if you have any, I mean, it's still money management. I mean, when I take a trade, I have to have enough. I have an idea where my stop is going to be. Not all trades are going to work, so I have an idea where my stop's going to be, and that's the first thing I look at. If I take this trade, where am I going to get out? If it doesn't work, then the next thing, and I'm doing this pretty quickly, looking left to see, okay, if I took this trade now, where could it go until it hit that next high, say on a daily chart or a weekly chart or a monthly chart? So if I think that that next high is too close, I'm not going to take the trade. So if my stop was, 20 cents away, I get into a trade and I say, okay, but I want to be out if it moves down 20 cents on me. I have to be able to look left and see that I can have a reasonable shot at making 40 cents on the trade. And the only way I can determine that is by looking left to see where the next high is on a daily chart or a weekly chart, and sometimes on a monthly chart to see if it's at least 40 cents away. Okay, that's how I trade. So Oscar asked, do we operate with options? So we don't scan for options, okay? We do have some option filters. These are the option filters that we have. So we have some obvious ones, I guess. We have the put call ratio. We have option volume today, put and call volume today that you can track. Now, this option volume right there, above the option volume today, that's the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. So using that in conjunction with this one, the option volume today percent, what that would mean is this is what it looks like. So if a stock had traded on average over the last 10 days, say 5,000 contracts, if you put 300 in here, a ratio of 300%, that means that stock will have to be trading at least 15,000 contracts, 3 times that. Okay. So what it does is, at least what it can show you are stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Whether that helps you trade the options or not, I don't know. I don't trade options. Some tell me it does. Some people who do trade options tell me at least, I'm going to look at stocks that are having abnormal option activity. But we don't scan for options, okay, in the traditional sense. We only scan stocks, but you can find stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. So does that make sense a little bit, Oscar? You are welcome. So the SPY actually went positive now after being in negative territory the entire day. The SPY actually went positive. And well, okay, let's see what the SPY news is. I'm sure it's got something to do with what's happening over there. Well, I don't see any news. I don't see any news from the SPY. Like sometimes I'll see some spy headlines that'll help, but this is, do not believe the net impact of AI and jobs will. But that was at 12:52. I figured it would be something to do with Iran. So finalized. Iran U.S. agreement draft finalized. Okay, well, let's see. It's definitely not FOMC. I don't think FOMC was I think yesterday. But people are chiming in saying it's something to do with the a potential agreement reached. Let's hope this time. Okay, we've been through this what, for 3 months now, 2 months now. So reiterating a ceasefire certainly is not a finalization. But anyway, you know what? We've got to trade what we see. Yeah, let's not sure the legit. I mean, we've seen so many of these headlines, tweets, headlines, back and forth. So anyway, Larby, I'm not trying to dissuade you, okay? So for instance, this is what the AI looks like, okay? I mean, our AI, you have an alert. This has obviously worked out well. They don't all work. Um, however, hmm, but I use this like a watch list because, the idea might be right. It might have been early, okay? And so maybe it's setting up at a lower price in a better way. But just to blindly take every trade that comes from our AI is absolutely not the way to go. Okay. So you might want to, well, if you have trading experience in terms of a swing trade, so then you understand, I guess, how to read a chart, maybe a daily, weekly, monthly, with support and resistance. So it's just a matter of, the other thing also is you have you have to determine what time frame you want. The fact that I've got a 5 and a 15-minute chart for my intraday, some will have like a 2 and a 30, or you kind of have to figure out what makes sense to you. This makes sense to me, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's going to make sense to you. The other thing is that we do have, but you have to take out at least a standard subscription. I'm not saying you should do it, but we have a simulator that you can use that uses our real time data, so you can kind of practice trading. I am sharing a lot of my scans, but again, that's my trading style. Yours could be very different. Yeah, it's a bad idea to mimic anybody, really, Larby. I mean, what happens is I will say something like, "Okay, guys, I'm very interested in. I'm not an investment advisor. I have to watch what I say, also." So you'll hear things saying like, "Well, guys, I'm very interested this stock at this level. I put a price alert there." Then it's up to you if you want to take the trade or not. And then I have a way, that I'll might start taking some profit along the way. might be very different from you. You see, so I wouldn't, I would not. What you might want to do is just, if I say, okay, I'm very interested in this one. That's sort of my wink, wink. You might look at it and go, I sort of see what the guy is talking about. Maybe I'll take it, or no, I don't like what the guy's talking about. There's many different trading styles. My trading style is not so much pullbacks. I mean, will I ever do that? Yes, but there are people that just all they want are pullbacks. Pulling back into maybe a moving average that they like, or maybe the VWAP or something. Most of what I see are stocks near the high or the low of the day, and then maybe breaking out again. But that's not everybody's style. How about this one, guys? The SGGR, just over the whole number. It's pretty extended right now, but same thing. What don't I like about it? Well, look left. That high is too close, and so was that one. So I don't like it. So so people wonder, why did you look at it? Well, because I didn't know what I was going to see until I clicked on the symbol. And but I'm sizing this up very quickly, and then I just pass. Now, does it mean for sure that just because I see a high looking left that's fairly close, that it's going to struggle to get through? Not necessarily. It could pop right through and keep going, but that's just not the way I trade. All right, guys. See, I'm just looking to see if there's. I mean, the RGTI. I wonder. It's going to be interesting to see how this trades tomorrow. Okay, with the news and all, see how this one trades tomorrow. I mean, it's been, again. Look at this, higher lows. But not an easy one, because look at the wave. I mean, many, many times the bar is piercing, as opposed to no. Okay, this is finally having a pullback, but look how nice this one was for the longest time. Okay, look how the wave was beautiful. Only one time did it get into the wave and a little bit below. So if you're in this trade down here, you could have taken some off here, but kept moving, kept riding it. And then right there is where you probably want to take out a good chunk. Okay. If you're sort of following the wave, and after that, so the trend definitely changed. But look at this. Well, at least for a while, look what it did. It got into the VWAP, that purple line on my chart, popped up. Now it's coming back down. Will it challenge the VWAP again and pop up, or will this give us a potential short opportunity if it actually moves down below? I'm going to put a price alert around 59.83. See if it moves down below the VWAP a second time. And, maybe this is, I mean, it's still up 18%, and it's an earnings play, but maybe it'll start to fade somewhat. Can I please confirm short available at IB for AIXI? Sure. Did it? Yeah, 58,000 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers for AIXI. Okay. Another nice one though. I mean, crawled off the bottom here at 956 4 days ago, 3 days ago, and maybe running into maybe some resistance right here. That 1399. So that's, they call it 14. That could be a resistance area right here at high. Still don't see any news headline on the SPY regarding that Iran US potential, whatever we want to call it. Well, Steve said he was going to get rid of 20% of his DXYZ position if it hits 60. So I'm not. I'm not going to do it. Though we have a high right there of six. Well, okay, we have a high right there of 60.16. Hmm. This is the longest I've held a stock in decades. Absolutely decades. And it's not that long. Okay, we're talking probably even, well, a little over a month. Well, here's another one. This is from our AI. Ugly. It's ugly. I mean, the AI, AI doesn't know it's going to look like this, but this is very, very ugly. Well, I'm sort of look at. I mean, look at the run. Again, if I were a better, I guess, pullback player, I would be all over this INFQ. But because it pulled all the way back down to this level here, underneath. But I not good at predicting when something is going to bounce like this. But look, bounce it did. I have to take a closer look at this XOVR. I mean, I don't know if I want to diversify that much my SpaceX potential play, but position in lifetime range, 75%. So this is the high over here, 2071. I guess it's probably up here. Another halt here, guys. So SUGP got halted on the way down. Okay. About oust right here. This is just over the half, too extended though, over the whole number and looking left. Not actually, it has some room. I mean, looking left, it has about $1 to that next high, but I would rather would have seen it right here. I could have. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room from Pramod is how to make the price alert window pop up after an alert is triggered. Well, the simple answer is minimize it. Okay, so here's my price alert window. Okay, let me put a price alert on something that maybe I'll move. Okay, so I just put price alerts on this, on these two, on this one right here, the oust, sort of below. If it triggers, the price alert window is going to pop up on my screen. Okay, and that's because I've minimized it. If I can make it trigger, but there you go. See how it just popped up on my screen? So the key is to minimize it. You don't want to have it. You don't need it to be taking up any screen space, even if you've got the screen space. This is what you want. You want this action of it popping up so you can't miss the alert. So you basically just minimize it. Okay. Does that answer the question? Talking to Pramod in our YouTube room. Yeah, Po, it's like a fund. Okay. And they buy, it's like a fund and they hold stocks. And one of them is, well, I don't know if they're all private, but they have a little piece. Yeah, it'll work. Just minimize the window. Okay, just minimize the window. And then when you get the alert, it'll pop up on your screen. Oh, Wolby's gonna do yeoman work today. So he's gonna hang on till 3 o'clock today. So when I leave, sometime probably between 2 and 2:30, Obi's gonna keep the room open till 3. Yeah, so don't when you look at that 23%, okay, that's 23% of their portfolio. It's like DXYZ. SpaceX is 16 to 19% of their portfolio. It doesn't mean they own 16 to 19% of SpaceX. Okay. Well, the 23% I don't know, but I guess what that means is in their fund, OXVR's fund, in their fund, 23%, their position in their fund, 23% of it is SpaceX. So if they had $1,000 in the fund, they'd have $230 worth of, but look at the cost, 281 million. Wow. That's a big fund. Does it work? You'll have to check. It won't work. Depends what it's looking at. If it's looking for the change from the open. The other thing is, I think I've got the relative volume filter in there, okay? And so if you're using the relative volume filter, you'll have to take that out. So I'll look at the pullback winners to the VWAP, okay? Now, it depends on what it's based on. Here we go. So you'd have to take the current volume out, okay? You'd have to take that out because if you have a number in here, and this is up from the close, so that's fine, okay? You'd have to take that number out. You could just, basically go to the 3, delete it, so it's blank, not just 0. It has to be blank. You could put it back in once the market once 9:30 happens if you want. Okay. Now, I don't know how many you're going to get in the pre-market, but also it's a pullback to the VWAP. There, I mean, I think that the VWAP is working in the pre-market, so. And after market, yeah, it's the same idea. See how this is working? See, this is a pretty obvious one of pulling back right into the VWAP. Okay, right into the VWAP. And this is the distance from the VWAP, okay? So even though this curl looked like it was, well, here it is. And it could be below. It could be below, but it's like 0.2% away. Yeah, I mean, some of these are, the idea, and just right now you don't have that many. Just click on them and see what you see. Does it make sense? How do they justify the hype? Well, it's because there's intense enthusiasm about it. Whether they're making money or not, that's irrelevant. It's just a lot of enthusiasm about it, of course. The future. Well, of course, I'm not an investment advisor, Larby. I would never say this is what you should do. I know what I would do. I would probably wait for the launch, though. I mean, wait for the IPO, and then you have to make up your mind afterwards. See how it trades. But that, understand, I am not an investment advisor, especially not for something like that. But obviously, there's a lot of enthusiasm about it. It's supposed to be over a $1 trillion IPO, so there's a lot of enthusiasm about it. But you've held that for a long time, since 2020. So you've 6 years. Well, I know there's often a market, even though the company is not public. You can, find people to take the shares off your hand. I know that, but I'm assuming that if you were to do that today, you'd be getting more than what you paid for it. I can't imagine you wouldn't be. But I'd wait. I mean, my goodness, you've waited 6 years. Why not wait? What's another couple of weeks? All right, guys. Well, what time is it now? 1:46. So I may only have about 14 minutes left, guys. So if you have questions, so this will be interesting maybe tomorrow. HCWB, I mean, it came all the way back. It was actually down to 164. It got back up to the close of yesterday, and now it is continuing. A high of yesterday, of course, was up here at 4. Had a great run at the end of the day. All right, so Vita got halted and then it resumed. So VIDA was a halted up, and now it's resuming. Yeah, you have to know somebody usually. I mean, but yeah, I had some shares of a private company that almost worked out great years and years and years and years ago. And there was a market, there is a market, but it's a obviously it's not like a huge market if you want to sell them. No, they're shares. There are shares. There are shares. I mean, the company, they are shares. And then when the company goes public, you've got those shares. I have not been able to figure it out, AJ. Okay, we're gonna have to wait for the video to come out. I've been looking at it. It's had some interesting alerts, but I don't quite know. I don't quite know how to use it. I've actually taken a couple of them, just sort of scalped them, just to see. They didn't. Fuel cell actually was one really early. I noticed that one very early at 2010, 936 at 2010. Obviously, that was a good one. But you're talking about this. Not too many alerts, which I like. Not too many alerts. So Premod, you see what happened there? My price alert window popped up on my screen. Okay. I had that price alert set for oust. That's how it works. You can actually put a sound alert on it also. So if you're somebody like myself who has a wireless headset, I might be moving away from my computer, not staring at my screen. But when I hear that sound, or any sound really, because I can have a sound alert on all my different alert windows. But when I hear that sound, I can come running back and just and take a look to see what happened. All right, guys. Well, we got a little battle going on here. You know, the XOVR. I may take some of this. I want to see what happens with this tomorrow. Maybe a little pullback. And then, so this is up, well, it's not, it's only up 9%, but the XYZ up a lot more, my guess. Yeah, well, obviously it's up 22%. Ah, okay. I never thought about having the price alert window in a docked. Not many people use docking, Pramod. So that's why I don't talk about it very much, even though I've got a couple of docked situations that you can see here. Still don't see that news. SPY usually. Okay, here we go. Is this it? That's not it. Oh my gosh, your politics. Anyway. What the heck is this thing? Gigu, Giggu. Looks like a blank check company. You know, Birkenstock has been very good all day. Well, I shouldn't. No, it has not been very well. Not when you look at a 5-minute chart. Maybe on a 15, but it's starting to rip now. This is an earnings play. No, it's not an earnings play. I don't know. $250 million buyback due to mispricing. After the company said it would buy back $250 million of stock in an agreement with GS, repurchasing the shares to address what it described as a gap between the performance of its business and its stock price. Okay. Boy, this has been a super active one, hasn't it? The PIII, another taking out that high right there. Look at the week it had last week, a follow-through week. This has nothing to do with AI that I can see. Not that it absolutely matters, of course, Paul, but there are some huge names behind it, of course, the IPO. Don't think it's showing up in my IPO calendar. It won't. It should not be showing up. Yeah, because it's not. Yeah, it's not officially. Let's see what's coming up though. Raiku Dining Group. No, this looks like a China stock. Some real cheap ones. These are SPACs. Ah, Wainwright. Oh, that's the one you're talking about. CNXU. That opened today. But what did it do? CNXU. Wainwright is very aggressive in their price targets. All right, so it must be how many shares? 9.5 shares, 1350. So it's below the IPO price. Yeah, well, it makes sense. I mean, if anytime you're going to get some news that there might be a ceasefire or an agreement or whatever in Iran, of course you're going to see this. XLE is going to start tumbling. It's probably the main ETF for energy stocks. Okay, guys, getting close to my end of the day here. It's 1:57. Again, I'll always stay later if there are questions. Well, drip. I love some of these ETFs for yeah. So this is the bear. So if you thought oil was going to keep moving down, you could buy this. Well, RGTI is taking a bit of a hit here, guys. RGTI, I thought maybe it might have a nice little run into the close, but I don't know. Taking a bit of a hit here. All right, guys. Well, it's 1 minute to 2 o'clock. So if there are no more questions, I'm going to probably take off. I'll hang around for another minute anyway. For those of you who are in YouTube and you want to come into the main room will still be open till 3 o'clock. I will be gone, but my layout will still be displayed. So let me put the YouTube link in, or my homepage link in, for those of you who are in YouTube. So in YouTube, just for the YouTubers, if you click on my homepage, whoops, that's not right. Oh, that was okay. That was the YouTube link. Okay, just give me a moment. I meant to put in my homepage link. Okay, clicking on my homepage link. So again, this is for people who are in YouTube, and you can come into this room, the trading room. It is free. It'll be open until 3 o'clock. And tomorrow it'll open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Moby will do that, okay? I get on the mic at about 9, sometime between 9 and 9:15. Eastern time, of course. So I do not see any further questions. So I think I'm going to take off now. Oops. Now, you might see me if I'm still around. I mean, I might be poking around still. And if I see a question, of course, I'll answer it. Okay, guys. So for those of you in YouTube, I have to shut down the stream now. So I'm ending the stream right now on YouTube.